Generally speaking, we would hear from the moving party. Mr. Jordy would be given an opportunity to, I'll say, brief. In the ordinary course of business, we would probably have that done on paper and pen and submitted to the commission for review and analysis and lots of thought. However, we all know we're on an expedited or a quick timeline, expedited timeline, and we need to keep moving. So, from the way the hearing examiner sees it, Mr. Jordy threw a big question at the commissioners, confidential information. In fact, the rules specifically address this. There's a whole process for it. It starts at 2010-01, and if you jump down to 39, you get to kind of where we need to be, and then you can brainstorm to your heart's content. With that being said, the way I see it, Mr. Jordy has access to this confidential information because Mr. Jordy agreed to a protective order at a point in time, which is public information. That protective order is in the history of the docket and accessible. So there's a lot to, I guess one would say, brief or discuss, and I don't think we have time to do that. I think the matter at hand can be decided in terms of whether this permit, or in terms of the permit application itself versus the topic of whether or not this should be confidential, and if so, how do we get there? On that note, I'm going to look at my commissioners and also the parties and just let them soak those thoughts in and take the microphone if needed.
Mr. DeHuick, I think I agree with where you are at. You know, I said at the beginning of this proceeding that attorneys is trying to keep the front in front of you, and that is a permit application. And the motion that was made late yesterday opens up a whole nother set of questions that, you know, our administrative rules does have a process for resolving. But I don't think this is the place, time or place to resolve that particular issue. I guess maybe the only question that I maybe like both parties to address very quickly is why the protective order should not stand as it relates to completing the process that we are here for.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. I'll take the first shot at that. I agree with your position that this matter ought to be resolved outside of the hearing. I'm happy to brief the issue over the weekend if that would help. But in general, I think that the protective order is in place. The document was designated to use pursuant to the protective order, and unless there's a showing that for some reason that procedure and the outline of the protective order ought to be changed, it should control. I can say with respect to Exhibit N33 that we can offer evidence, which actually comes best from Monica Howard, not from Mr. Lee, that some of the information that was used to complete N33 came from a federal agency, and she promised confidentiality to the federal agency. That was the condition under which they took the information. It's incorporated into the exhibit. That's why we marked it that way. So we can put all that into the record, but I don't think it's a productive use of our hearing time to be doing that during the hearing.
So the protective order allows a mechanism for a party to claim something's confidential. It doesn't mean it is confidential. I could have written confidential on a picture of this building. And then if the other party wants to challenge, then they have a mechanism to challenge. And then it's the person claiming confidentiality to prove up on that. Before yesterday, none of this mattered. Why? Because we weren't here and they didn't attempt to get it into evidence. Until they attempted to get it into evidence, they can mark their every piece of paper confidential. No one cares because it's not live. It's not a part of the actual proceedings, the evidentiary proceedings. And so they put the issue in effect yesterday. we've moved to challenge. I asked several questions of this witness, and frankly, the best answer, well, the answer he gave was something about terrorists. I find that very difficult to believe that capturing anything that any of us can go walk out and look with our own eyes and putting it on one document, that compilation is somehow confidential. They're the one claiming the privilege. We've challenged it, and this is the appropriate time to deal with that. And the same motion would be made as to in 47, in 58, and in 62, just to preview that. This is a public utility commission hearing. This is of great importance to the public. This data goes directly to the interest of the counties, interest of citizens, interests of anyone who is concerned about how dangerous this pipeline is, where it's intelligent to locate it, if it is to be located and sited anywhere. And I just don't understand what the big secret is. And frankly, by them fighting this so hard, the public is left with it must be much worse than we can even imagine, which is also not a good place for any of us to be. And so with all due respect, this witness under oath yesterday did not identify, in my view, anything that fits under what it would truly be confidential information or national, defense secrets or some, national security interests. So with that, I think this is the appropriate time because it's the very first time that it actually became a live controversy when they attempted to offer it. Thank you.
May I just respond briefly, Mr. Peter? One sentence.
You may.
We submitted exhibit and witness lists on deadlines, was included on our witness list. It was clearly an issue before the hearing started.
Mr. Jordy, I agree with Mr. Moore. I disagree that this went into play yesterday. I do agree it went into play a short while ago, but the exhibit was filed. This was the whole point of pretrial conference, is basically to address this. Additionally, the process is laid out in an administrative rule on doing it. The motion could have been, and from my point of view, should have been filed prior to yesterday.
If I might just add, Mr. Jordy, from what I took from your discussion is your concern about the public's access to this. And I don't know that the public having access to any of these documents today will make a difference in how we ultimately resolve this issue. There's ample time for you to renew the motion pursuant to the administrative rules, and in an appropriate setting, when we've got time to digest all of it, I think then we can make a proper decision as to whether or not it should be made public. But for the purposes of today, for this hearing, whether it's public or not, I don't think makes any difference, and so I would concur with the hearing officer.
Could I weigh in very briefly? Just in not really staff issue, so I probably won't brief it over the weekend. However, when I turn to page 5 specifically of this document, a concern that I have that I would like more time to vet is it's the whole county, Minnehaha County, Lincoln County, and we know of other critical infrastructure. And I had a very high-level conversation with with general counsel for one of the other operators, but I would kind of like to dig in more to see what, if this gets put out there publicly, what vulnerabilities might that expose to our other operators, and I'd like more information on that. Because it was somewhat litigated in HP 07001, and that's not the one I'm referring to, but in that docket it was found to be confidential, so I'd kind of like to consider more why, and if I can take these maps and back into where some of the other infrastructure is, Dakota Access, Northern Natural Gas, what vulnerabilities might we be exposing if we put that out there? And I wasn't able to get that answer last night. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Jordy.
Just briefly, Commissioner Nelson's comments are well taken. I don't disagree with what was said. I think what I'm struggling with though is while we have the witnesses here who have traveled, I think that I should still be allowed to ask the questions of why they believe a document is confidential without necessarily disclosing, the data itself, because I will be requesting a hearing at a later date. And then, how am I supposed to put on any evidence if I don't at least get to ask those basic questions?
If I could just weigh in, I would agree with that. I don't see any reason why you can't ask those questions, and we've got that information. And I would not propose, Mr. Moore, that we deal with this next week. I really think we've got to keep our eye on the ball here to get through the critical issue. We can deal with this.
No objection, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like on the record to say thank you to everyone for being reasonable and rational this morning and helping assist what often invokes a knee-jerk reaction. So I think we are on a good track this morning, which brings me to my next point of order. It's been I need to remind everyone that our forum is much like a courtroom, and we need to have respect for the space that we have been offered. Everything in this room is specifically designed and intended to not be touched or fidgeted with or messed with, whether that be audio or any of the accessories of any of the parties. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, folks, let's keep our hands to ourselves and leave things where they are. And that's it for really my announcements.
Mr. DeGood, I have one piece of housekeeping.
Please.
We were talking about an exhibit that Mr. Jordy offered yesterday that was not a complete document. He has obtained the complete document. I have seen his version of the complete document, but I understand and that it is the complete version of the PHMSA Denbury report, and I will stipulate, I have no objection to the admission of the complete exhibit.
And I appreciate that, and Mr. Moore and I were able to discuss this morning. Again, this is publicly available. You can Google the incident report, PHMSA, Satartia, Mississippi. It's 260
How much time are we going to need? I just want to make sure that we get the folks we promised in today before the day is over.
For Dr. Abraham, I don't think more than 30 minutes, Commissioner.
Okay, well then with that, Mr. DeGuick, you proceed.
reminded that you are still under oath from yesterday's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Moore, are you ready to proceed with this witness?
Yes.
And Mr. Jordy, I do believe you're cross-examining this witness.
If that's where we're at,
I think that's a perfect beginning to this morning.
Okay.
All this
I've already
work
forgotten.
together.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Lee, good morning. You're on the stand. Are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So, yesterday, sir, we ended up talking about exhibit, 33, which, I think just for everyone's sake, given that there are a handful of confidential exhibits, what I'm thinking is I might wait on all of those and, try to discuss them at the end, because then we will have to clear the room when we look at the exhibits. So I'm gonna try to organize this for that purpose. So, Mr. Lee, let's just start with some background, and I guess I would say, have you been informed, since the testimony of Mr. Allen, that you have essentially been, name dropped a lot as a person who's gonna cover a lot of different topics? Are you aware of that?
I am unfortunately aware.
Okay, okay. All right. And, I don't, you might have a better list than I, but I recollect that, you were designated the person that could talk about the easement, I think the easement, terms, acquisition, help me out. Have you been kind of prepped on some of those other topics?
I have a long list that I've recorded as other people were testifying. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Can you help me with that, just so I don't go astray with you?
I don't have that list in front of me, but it was around easements, some of the capital expenditures, some of the timelines, I would say some of the routing.
And I think that the common carrier question was also one of your topics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, let's just kind of start generally, sir. Your resume, which is Exhibit A to your pre-filed testimony, states that you are the executive or senior vice president of engineering and construction, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in your role, in that role, what are your primary responsibilities in this initial phase, this pre-construction phase that you're in now?
My normal responsibilities is overseeing the right-of-way departments, the regulatory and permitting, the engineering, design, and construction, as well as the procurement aspects of the Heartland Greenway.
Have you been in attendance all week?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you were here when Mr. Allen kind of mapped out the corporate tree that, of the companies associated with, and then that sit above applicants, Navigator Heartland Greenway LLC. You were,
Yes, sir.
okay. And so are you then employed by that sub-entity, that NES, I think it was 3 LLC?
Yes, sir.
And do you, sir, have the same role as senior vice president in the other entities, the capture entity? There was a second entity. Which one was that?
That's the Heartland Greenway. To answer, I'm on the first two, and so on the capture services and the transportation aspects of the three entities. So 2 of the 3.
2 of the 3. So which is the one that you don't have an official title in?
That is the sequestration.
The sequestration.
I believe it's Heartland Greenway carbon storage.
Okay, so you have an executive leadership role in applicants, and then the entity that basically is the transportation that gets it to the sequestration site.
So the applicant is the transportation portion. I'm also over the carbon services, which is the capture services and compression.
Okay, and thank you. That's what I wanted to understand a little bit more about. We understand applicant is designed as the transportation entity, that's the pipeline, the carrier, and then that second entity, what is that designed to do?
That the carbon services entity is part of, we give a design, construction aspects of the capture sites, which includes the integration with some of the commercial providers and customers of our system. Sometimes we give engineering services, sometimes we give engineering construction, or sometimes there's a long list of services that we can provide, as well as sometimes build on behalf of our customers.
And as Mr. Allen stated, you are part of the management team, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have, outside of your employment role and any salary and benefits in that regard, you also have personally a financial stake in whether or not this entity receives a permit and has ever constructed a pipeline.
Yes, sir.
In your testimony, you cite to a lot of the federal pipeline safety regulations. Is that true?
Correct.
And you discuss them in quite detail, and you also describe Navigator's efforts to comply with those safety regulations, correct?
Correct.
Do you consider yourself an expert in those federal regulations?
I've got a long history and experience with over 22 years of working with PHMSA and the PHMSA regulations. When it comes to an expert, I would say I'm well versed, maybe not an expert.
All right. All right, your direct testimony states that the carbon capture equipment will include dehydration equipment to remove water and cooling and compression equipment that effectively compresses the carbon dioxide gas to convert it to dense phase to allow for increased transportation efficiency and volume, correct?
Correct.
And that equipment, insofar as your current contracts, would be wholly owned, and would it be also operated by the ethanol plants themselves?
And there's a mixture of some of the ownership and operations and the building of some of those capture sites throughout the footprint.
And I appreciate that. And for my questions, I'm just trying to keep us into South Dakota. And I think that Mr. Allen has told us that for the 3 participating plants under contract presently, that they have opted to actually own all of that equipment.
So to further Mr. Allen's testimony, we do have 2 different customers in South Dakota, one being Valero, the other one being Poet. The Valero has taken on the responsibility of building their own capture, which is inclusive of the compression, the dehydration, and everything, with just the custody of transfer downstream of their plants. Poet, there's a combination where they will own part of the capture sites, where there's the blowers are under Poet, and then the compression is under Heartland Greenway Carbon Services.
Does the carbon capture equipment include pumps to help facilitate the movement of the molecules into the pipeline?
Yes, sir.
And are those pumps, will those be owned by you as the carrier, or in South Dakota specifically by either Poet or Valero?
So from what I understand of the commercial agreements with Valero, Valero will own the pump, and that basically does the final pressurization to enter the system. On the Poet locations, we will.
Do you believe that that PHMSA and the regulations that you cite heavily to has oversight and prescribes any safety or regulatory standards for the compression equipment?
One of the reasons, and I'm going to expand a little bit on that, because one of the reasons, that's why we have some of these different entity breaks. PHMSA jurisdiction is sometimes up to interpretation when it comes to what flange and what part of the system becomes jurisdictional under PHMSA. As we have Heartland Carbon Services, traditionally the PHMSA jurisdiction starts at the discharge of the last pump.
Okay. Jurisdiction stop and start in terms of the equipment that will be exclusively located on the property owned by the ethanol plant and constructed by the ethanol plant.
Traditionally, it's at the discharge flange of the pump.
Okay, and discharge flange in your parlance means at the very end of that whole process when we're getting ready to essentially load into the pipeline.
Yes, sir.
And so for a commission like this to consider all aspects of the project, which include not just a pipeline, it's got to be connected somewhere at these plants, who do you think then has jurisdiction to prescribe the safety regulations, the safety and construction standards of the compression equipment, of the capture equipment before we get to your pipeline?
Usually, I can't speak for all of them. Usually that is between EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, as well as OSHA.
Okay, do you know if the state of South Dakota has any specific ability or rules or regulations that are in terms of standards, safety standards, best practices related to carbon capture equipment?
I'm not aware of any right now.
And why does the capture equipment include cooling mechanisms?
Basically, as you compress, any fluid, there's temperature. One of the things that we try to maintain is a temperature below 120 degrees Fahrenheit for the overall integrity of the system, both from the capture as well as the pipeline. So as you go through the various stages of compression, where in most of these locations it's a 4-stage compression, in between each one of the stages you cool it off the product before the next stage.
Is it true that the average, or that the operating temperature of the pipeline is something that you can control?
We can control the inlet temperature a lot. As any buried pipeline, I can't control the weather or the ground temperature, but we do understand and can control the inlet temperature into the system and that temperature gradient to normalize the ground temperature.
And is it true that that you have the ability to raise the temperature, and raising the temperature can actually push more molecules of greater mass through the system?
The difference between temperature, pressure, and volumes, they're all interrelated. When it comes to temperature, we have a max temperature of 120 from a design standpoint, because that's, as you get above a certain temperature, you start derating the pressure ratings of the various equipments throughout the system.
You propose in your easements to put 60 inches or 5 foot of cover over the pipeline. Are you aware of the effects that the operating temperature of your pipeline has on soil fertility and yields and anything of that nature?
We have studies. We've done some thermodynamics and temperature gradients associated with the pipeline, the different diameters, and how that temperature gradient goes circumferential from the pipeline.
Are you aware of, in your experience of travels or even flying over the Midwest, where you can look down and actually see long corridors of crops that in about 50-foot wide increments look different than the rest of the fields, indicating where an existing pipeline is located?
I'm aware of, from aerial imagery, that you can see scars. When it comes to, I don't know if it's a pipeline, it could be any linear infrastructure.
Well, and that's where I want to go. Any linear infrastructure that had a construction process where you intruded the soil, you dug up the soil, maybe there's compaction, there's maybe topsoil mixing, that whether or not anything is ever transported through that linear infrastructure, you would agree that that mere process can have a scar on the land?
It could have a scar.
Sure, it could have a scar. And then when we add to that the linear infrastructure moving beyond just the construction and the breaking up of that ground, and then we add to it a high pressure, high temperature pipeline, would you agree that that can lead to additional adverse effects to that ground?
I would disagree with that statement.
Okay, so do I take from your disagreement that you would like this commission to believe that there is no effect or no difference based on the operating temperature of a subsurface pipeline on the yield of the soil fertility?
Just object foundation, whether we're talking about any pipeline or this particular pipeline at 5 feet.
Well, I asked a general question and he objected in totality, so.
So, again, all, not just carbon pipelines, operate in that same envelope of temperature gradient, but having to be natural gas, crude oil. Most pipelines operate in that 110, 120 degrees down to ground temperature.
Excuse me, 110 to 120 degrees what?
Fahrenheit
Did you say down in the ground?
to ground temperature. Sorry.
And I don't quite understand that. By that statement, are you saying that regardless of if your pipeline, this linear infrastructure for 1,000+ miles is operating at 120 degrees, are you saying that has no effect on the surrounding soil?
When I say no effect, there is a temperature gradient from whatever, as the product enters the pipeline, let's call it 120 degrees, there would be around an area circumferential of that pipeline that would have a little bit of that temperature gradient. At 5 feet deep, right now, we have seen that there is, no impacts to the land use above.
Yeah, okay, and when you make that claim, what active pipeline right now operating at that temperature, at the diameter you propose, under the pressure you propose, at 5 feet below the surface under agricultural land, have you studied to support that statement?
I can't speak for other pipelines. I don't know exactly what the depths are. But basically, from our standpoint, from both theoretical as well as the due diligence we've done with the agricultural community, academia, as well as some of our previous experience on shallower pipes, stand behind that statement.
Is that a long way of saying you actually have no real-world data that supports your statement?
I would say if I go back and look out throughout my career, if I could put, documents together on either natural gas infrastructure I built or crude oil pipelines I built with the same temperature profile at the same depth, I could put together, and we haven't compiled that information.
Well, and that's kind of my point. You haven't brought any evidence to show this commission, hey, nothing to see here, no problem. You haven't submitted that as part of your presentation, have you?
I don't believe there's an exhibit or a document that has been submitted.
Okay. And in your travels and experience, say in the wintertime, have you ever witnessed where portions of agricultural land that are covered by snow either have less or no snow cover right along the corridor of high-pressure pipeline routes?
Yes, sir, I've seen that, usually at, just downstream of the inlets or at any intermediate compression or booster stations.
Okay, so I take it then, therefore, we can agree that introducing 120-degree temperature and infrastructure just 5 feet below the surface does in fact have effects all the way up to the surface.
At some locations.
Are you the person to talk about this consideration of using a odorant in your pipeline if it is approved?
I can talk a little bit. However, Val Rosa, our Senior Vice President of Operations, is the one that's performing some of that research and development.
All right, and again, would he be the most appropriate person on that topic, you think?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your testimony on, I think it's question 19, states that there will be continuous monitoring of the carbon dioxide stream before it enters the pipeline to ensure that the quality of the carbon dioxide meets or exceeds the necessary composition quality to ensure safe and efficient transportation of the carbon dioxide. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes, sir.
And have you established composition quality standards then?
Yes, sir.
All All right, and can you just explain, just briefly, what that even is? What are the standards, your internal standards?
So our internal standards, and speaking in generalities of the product, is 98%, any CO2 stream that enters the pipeline system has to be at least 98% pure CO2. The remaining 2% is made up of nitrogen and oxygen.
And I appreciate that. Now my question is, what enters the pipeline and the CO2 that enters, isn't that a byproduct of the process of the ethanol production, the distillation, the corn fermentation and those processes?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any research to suggest that different type of corn farmed with different types of herbicides or pesticides can affect that 98% goal?
So, when it comes to what comes as part of the byproduct of the initial ethanol process, we have worked with our customers on stream qualities, historic operations, as well as that's why there's some of this process equipment at these capture sites that remove some of the water, which is traditionally what is the only thing that is processed at capture. If any additional contaminants are within that stream, these redundant quality monitors would isolate the system before that impurity would be entered into the system.
Okay. And what is who's watching Valero and Poet, which again is owning and in charge of the equipment that attaches to their plants, does all the processing we're talked about, and then gets to the point where the ideal 98% is entered into the pipeline? Who is overseeing that to make sure that they conform with your standards?
We are.
Okay, so do you then, even though they own the capture equipment, it's on their property, they pay for it, you, meaning Navigator, has a active and continual oversight role on a daily basis?
Absolutely.
And does that therefore mean that you have a person dedicated to basically being the watchdog, physically on site, around the clock of their operations?
So one, we do have 24/7, 365 monitoring of our system. That's from a human that is qualified to control the system and oversight and monitor the system, as well as we have automatic, continuous analyzers that would isolate the system and the stream automatically.
Okay, so that's another way of saying you are relying on remote technology to catch any molecules that are less than 98% at the moment they leave the ethanol plant's infrastructure and enter into your pipeline.
What I would say is we have redundant systems. We have a person that is qualified to look at various aspects of the system and some of the parameters and data coming in, as well as we have localized equipment that automatically triggers an isolation of that stream before it enters the hardening ring.
Are you aware if federal law requires or has any composition quality standards such as the 98% goal you're targeting?
I'm not aware of any national or certification of a CO2 specification.
Do you know if PHMSA in their rulemaking process is considering making such composition quality standards?
I'm aware that PHMSA has been asked. I don't know if they're contemplating that.
Would you agree that if PHMSA establishes such standards, such national standards, that it would be wise before starting up operation of your plant to know what those standards are?
I would say, from historic evaluation of the existing CO2 operators of the 5,500 miles of existing, our quality spec is well above and a lot what I call tighter than the current operators. Anytime that's we can get insight to what they're requesting, what their intent is beneficial for everybody.
Okay. I'm not sure if you answered the question, but so would you agree when you're embarking essentially on something that has no federal oversight in terms of the equipment, in terms of PHMSA, the equipment, the capture equipment, and then the process that goes to the temperature or the composition profile, that wouldn't it be reasonable to wait for the federal regulators to weigh in on those standards?
I would disagree. We are working with PHMSA. We've been working with PHMSA for, I think, a year and a half. They've seen our quality specs, and they haven't given us any feedback on any enhancements or any issues that they've seen to date.
Are you qualified to, well, yes, you must be, to talk about the dispersion modeling and pipeline rupture aspects? That's part of your purview?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out a way to get into this without having to clear the room here. Well, let me just ask you some questions and then we can get into exhibits later. Your direct testimony, and I'm at question 20, states that in the unlikely event of a release, there would be an initial release of energy at the point of failure, and a plume of carbon dioxide would enter the atmosphere, undergoing immediate phase change to its gaseous state as it dissipates into the air, period. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe it actually undergoes an immediate, just instantaneous phase change?
No, there's a time lag. Anytime there's a phase change, there is a time component associated with that phase change.
Correct. And the time component associated can be affected by many factors, correct?
That's correct.
And including the temperature, which would go to the time of year that could have an effect.
Temperature is a factor. There's other ones that are more prevalent than temperature.
All right, so in your view, just tell me the others that are more prevalent.
It's any impurities, the pressure, and are traditionally the two major components when it comes to how quick that stream changes phases from a liquid into a gas.
Is the amount of energy that is released, does that also relate to the size of either the hole or the rupture in the pipeline?
The initial energy dispersion is, yes, it has something to do with the size of the rupture as well as the pressure inside a pressure-containing vessel.
And you were here for the testimony related to the running ductile fracture?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with that concept?
Yes, sir.
Is that, in your industry, kind of known as the worst type of fracture?
I wouldn't say that's the worst type fracture. It is one that everybody reviews to make sure that you have a fracture control plan to mitigate.
And so if that's not the worst kind, to help us out, what do you think essentially a construction failure or a failure in the infrastructure itself that somehow leads to a break or a imperfection, what are the worst kinds that you've seen in your career?
In my career, I would say seam failures are probably more catastrophic.
Did you say seam failures?
Seam on the actual line pipe itself, as you have different or previous construction techniques on some of the seam failures, which is more of a running fracture type.
Are you proposing to use any type of technology, materials in the construction of the seams that is any different than are being currently used on the market as we sit here today?
When it comes to the seams, we are using new line pipe specs as it help address that issue, as well as certain construction techniques that help mitigate seam failures.
But are those things any different than what have been used on pipelines, say, 5 years ago, 4 years ago? I mean, is there some new technology that came out that we should feel very comfortable with?
I can't speak for what others use. Throughout my career and some of my colleagues, we have had the same type of mitigation on seam failures probably for at least the last 15 to 20 years.
And would you agree in the last 15 to 20 years, using that same technology on existing pipelines, there have been incidents despite the best efforts of the construction efforts and materials used?
Excuse me, just incidents related to the type of scene failure you're
Yes.
talking about.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a pretty generic question. I would say for most of the prudent operators, they've addressed it. Can't speak on behalf of all operators, but on the transmission side, I would say the majority of prudent operators have addressed that issue.
Well, when you say the majority of the prudent operators have addressed that, how is that addressed post-construction and during operation? You're not suggesting they are going back and replacing each segment?
No, again, I can't speak on what other operators do and don't do. All I can talk about is the ones that I've been associated with in my past, as well as some of those lessons learned and preventative measures that we're utilizing in Navigator.
Are you familiar with the concept of a full bore rupture?
Yes, sir.
And just describe briefly, what is a full bore VORE rupture?
So a full bore rupture is a complete severance that is open-ended by two segments of pipe. So you would have two sides of a release.
And in such a full bore rupture, would the initial release of energy, which is the term you used, be explosive and form a crater around the pipeline?
It could.
And what about propel debris away from the rupture site?
Anytime you have a release of energy, it could basically move debris from where it's currently at.
And what about create a spherical pressure front that expands radically from the broken end of the pipe?
Spherical, depending on which models, and there's a lot of factors on what is the actual profile of that release. A spherical, is a generic model, or it's a representation that is probably more conservative. Traditionally, if you're asking about a CO2 pipeline, it is a plume size in the direction of the prevailing wind.
Plume size in the direction of the prevailing wind, meaning that the wind obviously kind of carries the plume and kind of dictates the direction the plume would go.
Yes, sir.
Could such an explosion following a full bore rupture be fatal to those nearby?
Object combination.
Ask that question again, Mr. Jordy.
Yep. Could such an explosion that we've just discussed be fatal to those nearby?
It depends on what you say by nearby, but any release of energy in the immediate vicinity could be, dangerous.
Okay. You also state that carbon dioxide would, quote, undergo immediate phase change into a gaseous state. Is it likely that some of it would undergo a phase change to a solid state, meaning a dry ice, like the photos that we saw on the Satarsha rupture site?
It could. Historically, from some of the research, a majority of the ice is water vapor, as you have a cooling effect, but it could create some dry ice.
You describe the symptoms of exposure effects to carbon dioxide as ranging from no effects, mild to moderate respiratory simulation to asphyxiation. Can you describe each one, what you mean by each one of those stages?
What was the first one?
The first one you say, well, obviously no effects, I've got that. Nothing, you're claiming nothing would affect someone. But then the second one is mild to moderate respiratory stimulation.
Yes. And so with CO2, it does displace oxygen. As there's a CO2 in this room right now. CO2 is non-flammable. It's odorless. However, it is mildly toxic. And when you look at the effects of CO2, and the definition of mildly toxic is a certain concentration on a certain time exposure. And so with some of the effects of CO2 at various concentrations can have exhaustion and some of the dizziness aspects at certain levels.
And when you say from mild, these mild symptoms, would you concede that how a particular volume of CO2 affects me versus affects a marathon runner versus affects an elderly person can all be different?
Yes, sir.
And so there's not really one way where we can blanketly say this amount of CO2 parts per million will across the board affect people in one way, because we all have different medical histories, different situations, right?
Yes, sir.
And does any of the data that you presented here discuss the effects of CO2 on people in various parts of the spectrum? For instance, if your pipeline is located closer to a rest home, for instance, or an elementary school, do you have any analysis that helps us understand the effects on different profiles of persons?
We've used the effects on the 95 percentile, meaning that basically the effects would be similar to 95% of the population.
Well, does that mean that, I don't really understand that. That doesn't mean that 95% of the population would be affected the same way.
It's a statistical basis. You know, as we look at information or research that's been done, they put them in different categories. And so as we look at designing and some of the generic or general aspects, we typically look at the 95 percentile, because there's thousands of different, individuals with different, conditions. And so as we look at 95% is a representation of the overall public.
And is that data that's been, is presented as part of this hearing?
There's several footnotes that, I think we use some of the charts, as well as some of the graphs and symptoms, with some of the footnotes that I'm sure is in there when it comes to how we came to it. I can't represent the actual one. Right?
Okay. Would you agree that a person who is exerting themselves more physically would likely or potentially be more affected by exposure to CO2 than someone who's just in a resting state?
It all depends.
Have you heard any prior testimony of Jerry Briggs, the fire chief from Satarsha, Mississippi, who was in charge of the incident response there?
I've heard comments. I have not read his testimony, but I have heard his comments and aspects associated with Satarsha.
Are you familiar with the air packs or the oxygen that first responders use when going into a potentially dangerous situation or a CO2 outbreak?
I'm assuming you're talking about self-contained breathing apparatus. Yes, I
Yes.
heard those.
All right. And would you agree that when you're on oxygen and you're, say, running as a first responder to an incident, that you are using more of that oxygen than if you were just sitting in a room?
I can agree with that.
All right. And so if we take that one step further, would you agree then that someone, a citizen who is trying to run from a plume or trying to get out of their home or save their family and exerting themselves is more susceptible to the effects of CO2 because they are needing more oxygen for that emergent activity?
Would they be breathing more? Yes. Would they be taking more oxygen? Yes. Depending upon where they're at and what that CO2 concentration was, I can't determine what the effects were of that individual.
And that's fine. I think the point is that we're all different, so no one study can tell us how a community in Minnehaha or Huron or somewhere else and the people that live there would actually be affected, right?
I agree with that statement.
Okay. Now, if I could have you, sir, and they should be on that computer there, if you could pull up LO 129, please.
You said LO 129?
Yes, sir.
It's in front of me.
Okay, so in your statement we just covered where you've kind of given us a continuum from no effects to mild or moderate and then to asphyxiation. Is asphyxiation in your view the worst end of the spectrum of CO2 exposure?
Was the question, is asphyxiation the worst case of CO2 exposure?
Yes, because you kind of bookend from no effects to asphyxiation. You don't have something after asphyxiation. So in your view, is asphyxiation the worst effect of CO2 exposure?
I would say it's, some of these levels here would impact an individual before the asphyxiation aspect would occur. Asphyxiation, I would say, is definitely on the high end of the spectrum here.
All right, and that's what I'm trying to get at. I mean, you're not saying that asphyxiation is the worst event that could occur to CO2 exposure. You certainly know that death from CO2 exposure, it would be the worst event.
I agree with that.
All right, and then when we look on this first page of Exhibit 129 here, in your testimony, when you take us through these phases we've discussed, this mild to moderate respiratory stimulation, what are the parts per million, in your opinion, that get us to that mild or moderate stage?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to object. I'm not sure if the question relates specifically to this exhibit, which is not in evidence, or whether it's a general question the witness should answer without reference to the exhibit.
He's free to answer however he wants. It's just a question to him.
Well, I'll object to questions about this document since it's not in evidence.
Yeah, please explain the line of questioning you're going down. And
Well,
I understand the document is not in evidence, but on cross-examination, I'm fine with him showing this document, asking about this document. I just,
well, I'm laying the foundation. I mean, I'm going down that path and I will be offering it. So, but the question is, I mean, you don't even have to look at it if you don't want to, but I'm trying to understand in the spectrum that you described from no effect, which I think we all clearly understand, to mild or moderate, which is to me a little squishy, a little amorphous. I'm trying to pin you down, sir, on what's the exposure, the parts per million exposure that in your view would put someone in the 95th percentile into a mild or moderate exposure scenario.
What I would say, if I'm answering the question, I would say what I feel comfortable with. When it comes to, there's established parts per million from the US, OSHA. For me personally, I would say somewhere in around at or below the 40,000 parts per million.
So,
And if I might just interrupt a minute, I think that there's probably a more specific answer to that in one of the documents that we mark as a confidential exhibit. And I fear that Mr. Lee is trying to avoid answering since we're not in a confidential session.
well, and that may be true, but I don't think that, I mean, what I'm trying to get at is, aren't there just publicly available standards that aren't confidential, that are put out by many organizations that establish the parts per million? I mean, if you're referencing an OSHA standard, that's clearly not confidential. Would you agree with that?
The OSHA standard is not confidential. I thought the question was what I thought, not what is out there. One of the things that you'll see that there's a lot of conflicting parts per million and the effects on individuals. As we looked and researched them, we picked a certain one as guidance, which is in some of those protected documents that we have submitted. For me personally, which I think is a personal judgment call, I would stand behind my parts per million on how I think it would affect me personally.
And you would personally stand behind that as an investor in this project, right?
As a personal, aspect versus as my professional duties, what my guidance is and position is in the confidential documents for the company.
Well, then let's just start with OSHA. What is your understanding as the expert witness proffered here today on what OSHA standards are on the part per million exposure when they get into what they designate as the unhealthy range?
From OSHA, I know they define 40,000 parts per million as the IDLH, or the immediately dangerous to life and health.
Okay, all right, now we're getting somewhere. So the 40,000, which you said under 40,000, you personally would be comfortable, but right at that 40,000 line, OSHA, who does this for the whole country, says at 40,000 it's immediately dangerous to health, correct?
That's what it says.
All right, so now, I'm not being sneaky here, I'm just trying to walk you down from there. At 30,000 parts per million, would you agree that at 30,000, serious health risks to a typical person can occur?
At 30,000, I believe that is the short-term exposure limit.
All right, and then again, just for us laypersons, to help us out with what you, in your parlance, short-term exposure limit means.
What I would say from the short-term exposure limit, that's between 15 and 30 minutes.
Now, okay, now what do you base that? Is that you speaking personally as Mr. Lee, or?
I give that as a range because there's a lot of times when we say short-term exposure limits, there are various definitions of it. From me, I would say it's a 15 to 30 minute exposure.
Okay, and sir, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but like you said, you might be comfortable with 40,000, which we established that is, beyond a serious health risk. So I'm not asking for your personal, what you personally might be okay with. Let's tie it back to OSHA, or a federal standard you're familiar with. What's their definition of short-term exposure?
That's in some of our protected documents. I mean, I don't want to, there's very specifics on how these questions are asked. I have to go back and look at the actual document of OSHA to define exactly what the time frame of what they call short-term exposure.
Okay. By referencing it's in your confidential documents, you're not suggesting the federal definition for short-term exposure is in any way confidential, are you?
No, I'm just saying that's where it resides as we look at our comprehensive plan and some of our official positions on the federal guidelines.
All right, fair enough. So then if I take you down from there to the 10 million, or the 10 million, yeah, the parts per million at 10,000, thank you, 10,000 parts per million, would you agree that at that exposure you get into the unhealthy range, the range that you would like to avoid?
Once you get further down, you start getting into the long-term exposure aspects of it. So if I'm already at 40,000 parts per million on IDLH, as well as a 30 parts per million on short-time exposure, the further down, the longer.
So I'm already at 40,000 parts per million on
The IDLH, the immediately dangerous to life and health. I'm sorry. And next one, I think you said this 30,000 for the short-term exposure limit.
Okay, would that be the end of your answer, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, you don't really describe or give us a lot of kind of meat on the bone here with other effects. So within this mild to moderate respiratory stimulation, which is your phrase, what are other effects that CO2 in that range can have on people?
Again, when you look at each individual, how it being dizziness, exhaustion,
And I get that, and you're talking in generalities, and I'm just trying to understand for the benefit of all here. Would you agree that headaches, dizziness, nausea, potential collapsing from the symptoms are all things that can occur in that miles of moderate range?
Could they? Yes.
And what about unconsciousness? In your view, where does the unconsciousness, what type of parts per million exposure in a typical person would be necessary to get to the unconscious stage?
I would have to check one of our exhibits.
In preparation to testify here as, you know, essentially safety, and you're doing all the right things, have you reviewed the PHMSA report from Satarsha, Mississippi in that incident?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the testimony and the statements taken from the actually affected residents of that community?
I've seen them.
And would you have anything to disagree with the statements that they became unconscious in parked cars, they're in cars that were on at barbecues, fell over unconscious? I mean, do you have anything to suggest that that testimony and those recollections of those events are anything other than true?
I have no reason to doubt what's in the PHMSA report and some of the testimony from the local residents.
And if that's true, then we can agree that the Satarsha, Mississippi was located approximately 1 mile from the rupture site of the Denbury pipeline, correct?
Correct.
And you would therefore agree that folks were unconscious from effects of CO2, even though they were a mile or more away from the rupture site?
I can agree with that.
And in fact, are you aware that from that incident, citizens reported medical effects due to CO2 exposure who were located 3.5 miles away from the rupture site?
I'm not aware of that.
All right. What is the furthest distance of reported CO2 symptoms that you are aware of that were reported at a distance from the rupture site?
The only ones I'm familiar with are from the town of Satarsha.
All right, which is a mile or more from the site we established, correct?
Yes, sir.
I asked one of your experts, Mr. Harris, I think, I don't see him here, if he would agree that based on the line of questioning we just went through, that if a mile setback from a community, even though if there was only 50 people there, was reasonable, and he disagreed, would you take his same position, or do you have any thoughts on that?
I stand behind Mark Harris' testimony when it comes to some of the incidents and testimony from Satarsha. I think there's compounding errors that were done that increase the impacts to the town of Satarsha.
And I can appreciate that you believe there were multiple errors that led to the event, but if you're in an emergent situation, you're not really concerned with how we got there, you're just concerned with the fact that it's happening. Would you agree with that?
Say that again?
Well, if I'm a citizen of Satarsha or Brandon or anywhere in South Dakota, in the moment when I'm starting to feel the adverse effects and I can't see it because it's clear, colorless, I can't smell it because it's odorless, I don't know what's going on, you're not thinking of, well, how did this happen? You're thinking of what's happening to me. Can we just agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay. And so I understand you would like to talk about essentially there's other root causes that led to this incident that affected people, but you would stipulate, wouldn't you, that anywhere along a high pressurized CO2 pipeline, a rupture such as the one in Satarsha is possible?
The rupture is possible from the mechanisms that caused the rupture or the impacts of the rupture.
Okay, so it's possible from both sides.
Well, I'm just trying to understand what your question was.
Oh, okay.
Or clarify your question, I'm sorry.
Fair enough. I don't think this should be a very complicated question. I'm simply trying to get you to agree that what happened in Satarsha, despite you want to talk about other root causes, that failure of a man-made piece of infrastructure, a pipeline, could occur anywhere along a CO2 pipeline route.
one, can a failure occur at any foot of a pipeline? That is possible. When it comes to Satarsha being a 24-inch pipeline, the ones in South Dakota are 6 and 8 for us. And so the magnitude and some of the aspects and details associated with Satarsha, as there were several different issues, some of them could happen in throughout the footprint in South Dakota, some not.
All right, and I appreciate that. Now, you have expansion plans. If this is approved, is it not more likely than not the case that you will be in the future trying to expand up to 200 or more miles of different diameter pipe within the state of South Dakota?
No, just object to discussion about phase 2, since we're talking about phase 1 and need to get through phase 1 before that's an issue.
Well, my only response to that is that their economics report was all about phase 2 and the effects of that entire phase, the second economic witness.
You may answer the question. Objection overruled.
So from the expansion, the diameters of our current system would not increase. And so basically, the additional throughput associated with phase 1 is already been accounted for in some of our models.
All right, and so when you want to differentiate the Satarsha diameter pipeline from, say, an 8-inch pipeline that you're proposing here, are you doing that to try to suggest that, well, if it's 8-inch, it couldn't possibly have the type of effect that occurred in Satarsha?
When you look at the consequence aspects of the risk, basically there are several factors. Diameter, mass flow rate are large factors associated with that consequence aspect of a CO2 system.
Well, I appreciate that. That wasn't my question. I understand there are factors, but you're not trying to suggest by differentiating the pipeline diameter you propose from Satarsha at 24 inches that therefore you are somehow 3 times as safe or 3 times less likely to have such type of a release or impact.
It's not a linear. I agree with that.
Okay, very good. And I wanted to make sure because, for non-mathematicians like myself, you might think, well, 24 inches, that's 3 times worse or potentially more impactful than an 8-inch, but it doesn't work that way, does it?
It's not linear.
All right. And in terms of counties being able to effectively prepare and discuss and even budget in advance for the type of equipment they might need, the type of training they might want to do to protect their communities, would you agree it's important that those counties understand and embrace the very best data you have in terms of dispersion, modeling, risk modeling?
I would agree that it's necessary and important to exchange data for both parties to do their job. As we've looked at throughout over the past year and a half, we have engaged with counties, first responders that are willing to meet with us to go over some of these. Some of these documents are initial philosophy and strategy. As we get more and more details of the system, we have continual engagement with the counties, various aspects of the county to give information that is concise, complete, to ensure effective and transparent communication of some of the things we've already identified to assist in that collaborative engagement.
So what I just took from your answer is the exchange of information, which is something you can control, and then your last phrase was there of the things that you've identified. And what I'm trying to get at is, what is the objection to providing counties with the best data that you have that's sitting on the table in front of you now, so they can start doing their best planning? I mean, they're not expert at this. They need the information.
So, when it comes to, and we met with them on what information they would like, as we look at, progression of design, progression of documents, there's a lot of complex issues associated with this. And so, in order to embrace that effective, communication, and sometimes it's initial training, on what are they looking at, instead of overwhelming them with a lot of documents that can be changing on a weekly or monthly basis as we get more information. We have rolled out our emergency management system, kind of the process and strategy and philosophies. And instead of, because we don't have the final answers yet when it comes to exactly what are some of the, community issues or some of the county issues. It's an ongoing process, not only in design, in construction, but also well into operations, as we continually enhance, some of these documents, some of these processes and plans.
And therefore, you would agree that since you don't have final designs or plans and things are evolving and continually changing, that it's premature for this commission to vote on this application and it should be denied?
I disagree with that.
All right. So if you are kind of inducing us to believe that the counties don't really need the data you have now because it's evolving, yet the data you have now is the foundational basis for why you're claiming your application should be approved, correct?
What I'm stating is, when you look at the burden of proof through the PUC committee, as well as some of the needs and wants of the county, can sometimes be different.
Okay, I get that, and you're a very good witness, but what I'm getting at is, sir, rather than you kind of dictating and kind of, counties, we'll give you what we think you need, can't you just answer yes to this question, that it is the best practice to be transparent and provide the counties and first responders with the very best data you have right now as to your plume modeling, your dispersion analysis, and your geohazards, et cetera?
Jeff has asked and answered.
He never answered it.
You may answer the question.
Again, we typically.
Can you just answer that yes or no, please?
I can't answer yes or no.
Okay, so you disagree. Then, if you can't answer a definitive yes, you disagree with the premise of my question.
I disagree with your premise of your question.
Okay, all right. Do you think that attitude and that, I guess, view of the importance of what counties and first responders would like to have when making decisions for their communities is something this commission should take into consideration when evaluating your application?
Objection, it's argumentative.
Overruled.
I'm gonna sustain.
Other,
I support having to.
you may answer, or please answer the question.
So can you answer that, ask the question, please?
Can you read that back, please? Thank you.
Question, do you think that attitude and I guess that view of the importance of what counties and first responders would like to have when making decisions for their communities is something this commission should take into consideration when evaluating your application?
I would say that's up to the commission to decide on input from the counties. We support engagement with counties. Sometimes, they request documents that we don't have or they're not finalized. And so, as we go through this ongoing aspects of engaging with the county, from drafts, from plans, I would say that's up to the commission. But, what I would look at is the continual engagement. I don't know if you say it's the attitude. Our culture is to proactively engage with counties that are willing to engage with us. Sometimes we talk to them about details. Sometimes we give them drafts and we, preface that, and basically these are drafts and are willing to change or enhance from feedback from the counties to have a more comprehensive plan.
Let me ask you this, sir. The data that you have before us that you are apparently is the best data you've got because you put it before this commission as support for your application in terms of, for instance, Exhibit 47, 47A, which I believe will be marked, your geohazard data and your other dispersion modeling. When was that data compiled by you? How long have you had that data in your possession?
You'd have to go one by one because everything's on different time scales on when we received put some of these documents together, and some of the versions of these documents.
All right, well, I'm sorry, let's just start at, I mean, obviously, an individual in your experience knows that a plume modeling dispersion analysis is pretty critical to citing even the initial desktop citing of a potential hazardous pipeline route.
So traditionally, plume modeling has been a reactive method. As Mark Harris and some of the other testimony, as they look at, in 192 under the potential impact radius, as well as PHMSA on utilizing plumes to identify could effects, it's been reactive. We believe that Navigator is the first company to utilize plume modeling initially in routing to increase risk avoidance and place the pipeline away from any potential issues or concerns.
Do you believe your current route does that, you have suggested a route and placed a route that in your words puts it away from any potential issues and concerns?
I would stand behind, that's one factor. I stand behind the route that we've come up with that minimizes the collective impact to the citizens of South Dakota.
Well, okay, we can stipulate that the route that would minimize the collective impacts is no route, right? Then there'd be no impacts, correct?
I'll object to that. That's just argumentative.
Sustained.
All right. When you use the phrase minimize, and you're using a lot of, in my view, kind of this corporate speak, what does minimize collective impacts? I mean, it sounds nice, but what does that mean to you?
So what that means to me is we look at thousands of parameters. Is it impacts to the waters of the U.S.? Is it impacts to tribal, cultural areas? Impacts to high density areas? There's a lot of factors, co-location with existing utilities to increase damage prevention and public awareness. A lot of those factors go into what we say, the generic term is a minimizing the collective impact.
Is one of those, did you analyze on a county by county basis in South Dakota the current master plan of any of the communities prior to suggesting your route?
We reached out to some of the counties on future development, extraterritorial jurisdictions on where some of these municipalities and these areas might grow for development. We have worked with developers. We've worked with landowners that might be modifying the land use of the property or where the current footprint of the pipeline is situated.
Who are the South Dakota developers you've worked with that are affected or would be affected by this pipeline route if constructed?
I'm not aware. People on my team are, but I'm not aware.
Who would that be? I've never seen anything about that in this case. Who would that be?
With regards to,
With regards to this claim that you work with developers, so therefore things must be okay.
I would say Monica Howard this year could probably go into additional detail as she's worked with the counties on the ordinances, some of the zoning boards, and some of the developers throughout the state of South Dakota.
Throughout the state of South Dakota, but on your route, I mean, or just kind of generally, we talk to people.
We talk to people, as we look at the counties and the locals, as we have meetings, we ask, for engagement on, is there anybody else we need to engage with? Monica Howard is the person that has led a majority of that effort throughout the 5 counties in South Dakota.
All right, and Ms. Howard, did she offer pre-filed or is she just a rebuttal witness, do you know?
I believe she has direct testimony.
All right, very good. Now, I got a little off track with you there because my question is did you, prior to selecting your routes, consider any of the county kind of master plans of how they see, as the experts of their own community, their community evolving and expanding?
Prior to, again, our route has been adjusted. We started back in 2021. That route has changed several times in that process. The one that we've submitted is the results of engagement and some of the activities we've done to minimize that collective impact.
I I'd really appreciate it if you could just try the best maybe to directly answer. And I don't dispute you did activities, but did you take into account specifically on a county by county basis the county's master plans and how they see and how they intend and how they desire their communities to expand prior to selecting your proposed route? Yes or no?
But when you say the proposed route in front of the South Dakota Public Utilities Commission?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and who, are you the person, like if I want to drill down on that and see if that's true, are you the person to do that with?
I've already said Monica Howard is that individual.
Okay, so you just think that she did that?
She reports directly to me.
Okay, well then if she reports to you, then I can talk to you about that.
I don't have the as you're talking specifics and details, she and her team were the ones that led the specifics. I know that they have taken into account the extraterritorial jurisdictions. I don't know exactly everybody her and her team have talked to in order to answer that question.
Okay, if there was testimony from, for instance, Moody County or Minnehaha County that engagement did not occur at a time prior to your route selection, would that surprise you in any way?
Would it surprise me? It comes down to whether they give me the opportunity to engage or did they engage? And so I guess that would be I don't understand the question.
Okay, and now we're getting somewhere. So it seems to me that the attitude of Navigator is basically, did you engage with us? Oh, if not, then we don't really take into account your data. Because my question to you was, did you take into account their data, which is publicly available, future plans, master plans prior to? Not, did they come to you?
No, I guess you misunderstood my response. You know, we reach out to the county, and if they fail to meet with us at a certain time, we can't force people to meet with us or engage with us. As we proactively reach out. We don't sit and wait for people to come to us. We try to engage with anybody and everybody we can, because more information and more data is beneficial.
But you're aware of Google.com, and you can Google up the master plans right now, and you could have done it a year ago and at any time, correct?
We have taken all publicly available data into account on that route.
Well, now that's a very big statement. Are you willing to stand by that? You've taken all publicly available data into consideration.
I'll correct myself.
Okay.
All is pretty absolute.
All right. What would you like your answer to then?
We have utilized public data for the comprehensive routing aspects of our moving plan.
All right. Well, I think I need to do a little more pick and shovel work here with some of your testimony related to a release that we were talking about. You stated that a white plume would be visible as a result of the water vapor in the air cooling rapidly. Do you stand by that statement that would be true in terms of any type of release events?
Again, I wouldn't say any release on an actual, full-scale rupture. You would see a white cloud of water vapor that's frozen.
And would such white cloud, in your view, be visible at night or in foggy conditions or in any adverse weather conditions?
It could be.
Okay, it could be, and it also couldn't be.
Correct.
All right. And so in terms of a white plume, were you describing that to kind of intend to say, well, people would be on notice effectively. They look up in the sky and they see the white plume, hence that would allow them time to realize something's wrong. Were you intending the description of the white plume to lead to that type of conclusion?
Yes, as we look at, we try to communicate and educate people on the signs of a rupture and, how it is differentiated from other potential pipelines in the vicinity for threat identification.
All right, and when you've met with counties that have met with you, have you shown them pictures of what to look out for and kind of signs and kind of a how-to look? If we come to your community, these are the kind of important things you need to know, where you show this white plume and illustrate it?
We've had several educational aspects within the counties and other external stakeholders on the signs of what a full-scale rupture would look like. Not only do we look at some of the photos utilized on what the DMV has with regards to a planned rupture, but yes, we have gone through several aspects of not only what the plume looks like, what are some of the actions, what are the other telltale signs associated with the CO2 release.
You referenced DNV, and that's one of your retained experts, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you go over the actual real-world life photos and experiences from Satarsha, the most recent such event?
The photos of Satarsha have been part of that, discussion.
All right, and if you claim that's happened with all 5 counties in your proposed path?
It was on the list. Again, I did not attend all 5 of those county meetings. We've had several engagements. We do have several teams out there that have that information that is being presented.
All right. You state that the carbon dioxide would passively release from the isolated pipeline segment until equalization. And what I need a little help with is just to kind of take that down to something we all can understand, or at least I can understand. What do you mean by that, until equalization?
So, it's, when you look at a CO2 pipeline release, traditionally there's natural gas, and there's crude oil. With a CO2 pipeline, you'll have a mixture of both. As you will have the initial energy dispersion, which is with the pipeline system. The second phase is the active, I'd say, phase change and a plume, which is more around a gas rupture. When you look at what we call passive, because the initial plume is based off the instantaneous mass flow rate. The passive is more on a volume basis. Once it's been released, it would be the release of the remaining product in between an isolated section, valve to valve, as it equalizes either in pressure or elevation.
Yes, okay, I'm tracking all of that. And that then brings into play then the distance of the valve to valve, because the release and the equalization would be of 100% of the volume captured between valve to valve, assuming that we've got the shutoffs.
It's not a release of 100% of the volume. We've modeled it as if it was 100%.
Okay, you've modeled it as if it's 100%. And that 100% of a contained volume also presupposes that each of the valves operate, the shutoffs operate properly to contain the rest of the upstream volume from also releasing.
It is presuming of a complete isolation of both of those valves.
All right. And from the publicly available information that you put out there, what is your current plan of the valve distance?
So, right now, within the state of South Dakota, we have 18 valves across the 112-mile footprint. We strategically locate the valves, basically within, per regulations, it says with any time you're within a high populous or other populous area, that maximum interval is 7.5 miles. Outside of that, the 20-mile spacing. I think right now, within HCA's or identified HCA's, and that's all of them, including environmental, it's around 5 miles. But out of those valves, they're well within the 10-mile, spacing, even outside of the HCA's. And so, inside of the HCA's, it is, I'd say, between the 5-mile spacing, and then outside is around 10-mile spacing.
Well, I would appreciate if you could be, precise. Do you know, you said within 5, don't you have a very specific plan of exactly where these would be located?
We do, and they've been entered in as an exhibit that we talked about yesterday.
Okay, and forgive me, is that an exhibit that is in evidence and it isn't confidential and we could talk about, as far as you know?
There's 2 different ones inside.
Okay, I'm not sure what exhibit you're referencing, I'm sorry.
It's one of the ones that we read yesterday.
Can we talk about the valve placements without going into confidential, Mr. Doherty, or do
Yeah,
you need it?
I was simply trying to understand if it was confidential or if there was some public available one that we could quickly discuss. If not, I can just ask questions.
Off the record,
Yes, thank you.
I just want to ask Sherry, off the record, Sherry, don't be typing. When you're ready for a break, make
Yeah, that
sure
would-
you let.
That was a good time since this
Yep. I'm fine, yeah, let's break one.
I'm so sorry.
And
Would you
are,
like?
and are we continuing this with Mr. Leland? I don't know when we're switching to other witnesses.
Well,
today.
that's a good point. I'm sorry if I could interject. That's a good point. I frankly am going to be kind of lengthy with this witness based on kind of the prior punting to him. I don't know if we want to kind of start with the union gentlemen because they're all here. I'm totally fine with that. It's the commission's pleasure. I don't think they'll be particularly long witnesses.
And there's one more thing that I would like to ask the other two commissioners. So Leah gave us dates that are available for us, and then she has found rooms upstairs in the 4th floor of the Capitol to hear the preemption. Would we like to give those dates now to the parties so that maybe before lunch or after lunch we can come up with a date? How would we like to proceed?
Has Leah contacted the other parties?
Leah has contacted the 3 commissioners and our advisors.
And we've each responded, she knows our positions. Has she engaged? No, she has not.
She has, I've asked her to give it to the commissioners first.
All right, I just was checking as to whether or not they were part of the discussion. It's fine with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's fine to throw those dates out there. I've got some other commentary that I want to enter in when we get to the decision, but certainly should throw the dates out.
So the dates that are available are August 14th, August 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And I believe you heard the commission speak that we would like probably an entire day. I don't know what flexibility the commission will give because sometimes it's hard to schedule everybody in. And if we would allow, I would expect the parties that have the most interest would be here face to face. I don't know what my fellow commissioners will think about people and parties that may not physically be in here.
I can answer that very, very easily. The decision that we are being asked to make and is the purpose for that extra day is just as important, if not more so, than the original permit position. And I think everybody that cares about it needs to be in the room.
And I would just echo that and say either Mr. Schwach or I both will definitely be there.
So we will be asking all the parties, probably before lunch or right after lunch, probably right after lunch. Unless you guys are leaving before lunch.
We'll be here. Right here.
Okay, so after lunch, we'll try to pin down that date, so then Leah has reserved all the dates actually. So we could just keep going, but then we'll confirm the date.
So we need a next witness, is that where we're sitting?
It's fine with me if you want to switch to the unions and get those done.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, you're okay with that? Do we want to stand up and stretch for a moment and give
Well, we got
Sherry?
15 minutes.
Okay.
You want to start?
Reconvene.
Do you want 15 or 10? 15, she wants 15.
Yeah, let's meet back here by 10.
I did not understand what you said on that page, whatever.
Well, 1 minute.
Maybe these aren't necessary, but I'm trying
Okay.
Just so you know, I just wanted to know an extra understood.
Did you hear back from your friend at all?
I have not. I will email him again.
So you,
You could. I don't know where it is, honestly.
right, and but, and so you were saying, oh, I want to see it, or you want to. Sure. Okay, so you were advocating like where he was for that to be non-confidential.
Yeah, he just went right to his office with the boys now, so I'm guessing it says he's in a meeting on our team, saying that he might be better off going there if you want it faster, because I don't know what he's doing. It just says he's in a meeting on his Microsoft Teams thing, so I'm guessing he's in a meeting with somebody, and his phone is going right to voicemail, so I'm guessing he's on a call.
Yeah, I'm just, I'll just start by the building.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if you were making the same.
Yeah, no problem.
You were just saying, so it'd be fair to say it is, staff had suggested that bathroom would like be given more time to debate it. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't.
This is kind of a nice update. I mean, I guess, yes, I know. Yeah, I mean, unless it's confidential, but
Yeah, especially.
Pretty pushy, at least take a look at that email and let me know which of these dates were not. It'll just be done on one day. I'll leave it on that part. Yeah.
I am.
My father was in. So they will not be.
Yeah.
In fact, he died.
Cameras or, oh, I was just curious.
Oh, I was, yeah, I was, no, I was, yeah, how is it similar to court, or is it more?
Well, I don't work in the courtrooms ever. So I just kind of work in the deposition work.
No,
So,
no,
yeah,
sir.
I'm
There will be no
like a
change
regular
in mine.
client, so I have heard, you know,
Yep.
You got this, you can go in
I kind of do, every once in a while there's a new term that throws me for loops. Oh, no, it's like 30 miles away.
So what are you asking to do after lunch?
Are you guys taking these out? Doing obviously.
I have that, I just have a shotgun.
You're gonna be here next week, obviously. I will guess it's
Yeah, are you asking if I?
well, yeah, because I have a thing for audio that I might bring up here. It will probably just help me in general. So it's basically just a audio in, but I put out like 12 audio outs. I use it at the Capitol a lot for press conferences and stuff. And I might bring that up here just because it will be easier for me to run more speakers. But if I have one open, then I'll let you know. And it'll probably just be like, it'll be an XLR plug right into it. It'll probably be over here. I mean, if you got an adapter. No, I have everything I need. No, I have everything I need. It's just more like if you want, if I bring it up here, if that's what I'm going to do for next week, if I have an open one, just get audio off of that, and then it'll be an XLR, whatever. If you got an adapter, then just, okay.
Thanks, bro. And I'm actually to see what I can do. I'll come back with him and say, this is what we think makes sense.
Do you go back to Texas then when you guys are done this weekend? Or are you staying here until Monday?
I'm going back.
Oh, I guess I forget that we don't have anything for Monday.
Yeah. I brought my kid with me. We're gonna head out to the Black Hills a bit.
Been there before?
I have.
You know she does.
Yeah, a little bit.
Have you done Custer State Park?
No, that's 100% on the list. There's some fishing holes up around Mount Rushmore. We're gonna head out.
It's a great state
Sylvan
park.
Lake is nice.
Yeah, that's
Sylvan
one of
Lake.
the most popular ones.
And it's actually a part of Custer State Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
You can hike up Marty Peak. It's blackout.
Hit that Needles Highway.
The Needles Highway
In
is
general, it's
amazing.
we're just driving.
Yeah, you haven't seen that.
With the wildlife group on Custer State Park, and if you go to the game lodge and you sign up for a Jeep ride, they'll take you out into the buffalo herd.
Yeah.
Which you think it sounds corny, it's
No,
not.
it's not.
It's really cool.
Yeah. I love that.
They take you off road in the park.
Yeah.
The herd is really cool. You can use
At the game lot,
the state game lodge
in Custer.
in Custer State Park. It's 10 miles east of Custer
Yeah.
in the park.
Yeah, I saw that
It's
on Google Maps.
it's a really cool place. It was Calvin Coolidge's summer lighthouse for the summer. He spent a summer there while he was president. It's really cool. It's a cool place. Yeah. Gorgeous spot.
Yeah,
one of
we're
my-
actually spent
One of my
time there.
favorite places in South Dakota.
Oh, good. We'll have to go. I haven't figured out accommodations yet. A lot of things. They had some really cool glamping experiences, but they were all booked up for the whole summer. So find somewhere to stay.
It's busy now.
Yeah.
Sturgis is in a couple weeks, so it is. The hills are slammed all summer.
Yeah. Oh, we should use that. We can.
You just won't leave me alone.
music's playing. Yeah, I just mute the mics, turn music up, and then I turn the mics up. The mics are on right now. I mean, like, you could work. I just make sure they're off, and I turn the mics up, and so then as soon as you guys start banging the gavel, then I kill the music, and it just kind of blends the audio together. So people don't get a bunch of dead air, otherwise the line will say, oh, it must be done, and they leave. I don't, but they do where we, so this is, it's third-party streamed. So like that thing right there is what takes all this audio and puts it on the internet, and then that's run by, a new company just bought them out to be fair, I don't know the name off the top of my head, but they do. So they base all the information goes to them, and it goes to us. And when we're done, then we ask them how many people were on it, and they'll usually put that out when the.
I would start taking your chairs, because I know the gavel is gonna start very quickly. That's off the record, which off the record means you don't have to type, but the audio can be on.
Thank you. That was good to know.
Before we get started, I would like to make a couple announcements. I did say off the record when we talked about our break and stuff, I don't know if the people listening online heard that we're trying to set dates for the preemption motion that Navigator presented. So we are talking about August 14th or August 23rd, 24th, or 25th. And we're going to try to find those dates that work for the parties as much as we can after lunch. The second thing that I do want to state, there are a lot of people listening online. And sometimes when we are talking about exhibits, we have so much information online at HP 22-002. How do you find those exhibits? Well, if you scroll down, when you hit on HP 22-002, you will notice evidentiary hearing is right below comments and responses. In the evidentiary hearing blue tab that is there in the center of the page, that's where all the exhibits are. So if you'd like to follow along with the exhibits, I'm hearing people ask where those are at.
Thank you. With that, HP 22-002 in the matter of Navigator will officially go back into session after that short recess. We now have a new witness on the stand departing from Navigator's last witness, Mr. Lee. We are on to Mr. Taylor's witness. Mr. Taylor, would you please take over?
Thank you, Mr. DeHuey. We call Mike Mickich.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Mickich, will you tell the commission who you are, a little about your background, and who you're here to testify for?
Yeah, my name is Mike Mickich. I'm a UA Special Representative.
Tell them where you live, Mike, for the record.
Oh my goodness. I live in Vacaville, California. Like I said, I'm a Californians don't smoke a lot. But anyway, UA Special Representative for the Pipeline Gas Distribution for the United Association of Plumbers pipe fitters.
Would you explain for the record who that United Association represents? What are the trades that work within your union, and what do those people do?
Yeah, so we represent pipe fitters, plumbers, steam fitters, welders, pipeline welders, refrigeration technicians, and of course we have apprentices.
Is there a specialty group in your union, and does it have a name? That name being Local 798?
Yes, sir, that's Pipeliners Local 798 that has their office in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And what are the members of Local 798 do and specialize in?
They specialize in pipelines, pipeline construction, pipeline testing, pipeline fabrication, and valve replacement, integrity work. They also specialize in some plant work, pump station work, and I would say gathering lines as well.
And although it's called Local 798, Local 798 extends throughout the United States and Canada, does it not?
It has 41 states in the lower 48, but does not cover Canada. But the United Association does have an organization that there's 3 locals that cover the pipeline jurisdiction in Canada.
Local 798 is populated with the welders and fitters who build pipelines, and that's all they do, right?
That is correct.
All right, now, Mr. Mickey, the questions that were submitted in your written testimony today, would you give the same answers as is given in your written testimony?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any changes or corrections to that written testimony?
No, sir.
I would offer Exhibit U3 and surrender the witness for cross-examination, presuming that exhibit is received.
Any objection to exhibit?
Relevance.
No objection.
And overruled.
And I surrender the witness for cross-examination.
Now, with that, since we're no longer on the applicant's witness, we've now moved on to one of the interveners, just for public sake. I think, and correct me if you don't like my approach, but now that we're on to an intervener's witness, I will look to Navigator for the first cross-examination. Then I will turn back over to other interveners and move on to staff, followed, of course, by commission questions. Hearing no objections, we'll proceed.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. DeHuick. Good morning, Mr. Nikich. My name is James Moore. I'm one of the lawyers for Navigator. On page 3 of Exhibit U3, which is your pre-filed testimony, at the bottom of the page, you talk about jobs and the fact that construction jobs in the nature of this project are temporary. Do you see that testimony?
I do.
Could you explain to me why temporary jobs are important to you and the union workers?
Yes, sir. So every job that we do is basically temporary jobs. We go to a project. We work on that project for the duration of the project. Once the project is complete, we then get laid off and go to the next project, if there happens to be one, which is considered a temporary job.
And in your experience, is is it common for there to be gaps in terms of moving from one project to the next?
Absolutely.
On page 4 of your testimony, in the question related to your expectation about how construction would affect surrounding communities, you say that based on your past observation and experience, you estimate that your union members and workers would spend at least 25 to 35% of their wages in South Dakota for the necessities of daily life. Could you just expand on your experience that leads you to that observation?
Yes, sir. So, in the pipeline industry, Local 798 currently has about 4,600 members. With those 4,600 members, they all live in geographical area throughout the United States. And most of those individuals travel to the location of the pipeline. In some cases, the individuals that are working on the line will bring their families with them as well. And in a lot of cases, their spouse will homeschool the children while they're in those locations. And so when you have a project that's that's in an area where they don't currently reside, they have to go through all their living expenses, of course, for their daily lives. They have to buy groceries, they have to pay for their housing. Of course, they go to the restaurants and what have you. Some that don't carry their travel trailer with them or their motorhome stay in the hotels, which is a little bit higher cost than it would be if they just brought their trailer and put it in the trailer slot.
And according to your testimony, you have union members who are residents of South Dakota, is that right?
That is correct. Yes,
And,
sir.
and might some of them work on this project if permitted?
Yes, sir. That could possibly happen.
Do you know Steve Lee?
Yes, I know Steve.
And how do you know him? Have you worked with him before?
I have not. I just have been to a few functions with him. We went to a few PHMSA's meetings. I've seen him there. I've talked to him. I don't know Steve on a personal level, but we know one another. We talk. Like I said, we probably met maybe 4 or 5 times.
Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Moving on. Ms. Bailey.
No questions, thank you.
Now, this is a new complexity. We have two new participants today. So, this is, I believe, your first opportunity to introduce yourself, maybe formally on the record. Did we capture that?
I think that's true in my case. Alex Hagan from Cadwell Sanford Law Firm on behalf of Minnehaha County. I have no questions for this witness.
Yes, I was here at the outset. Paul Lewis, Moody County State's Attorney on behalf of Moody County. I have no questions for this witness.
I've got some questions. Sir, we met this morning at breakfast, didn't we?
We did.
All right. And on behalf of the landowners, we certainly understand that any infrastructure project where members of your union can employ their skills is obviously a benefit to them and perhaps their families. But do you understand that the factors that we're looking at here are really more designed in terms of analyzing, preventing adverse effects from happening essentially to the people that are already here in South Dakota?
Yes.
All right. Now, with the members of your union, I'm sure they're skilled to work on all sorts of projects. We've got a pipeline applicant before us, but what other types of projects, non-pipeline projects, do your members routinely work on?
Well, do you want me to,
I mean,
you want me to go in general? So
Yeah,
like,
general.
we build all refineries, we build, all energy sectors, we do nuclear, gas-fired, power plants, we do, chip plants, we do battery plants, we do car plants, we do, hospitals, we do schools, we do, any building or any structure that has piping in it, we could potentially be in those facilities, any brick and mortar. Most any power plant, we're gonna be in those. We do, anything relative to a process in piping is what, that's the best answer I could give you as far as breaking it down without going through 600 different items that we work on.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm just trying to, and I'm not saying you were insinuating this, but your union and the skill set of the members and the jobs you work on are vast, they're vastly beyond just simply linear pipelines.
That's correct.
All right. And as we sit here today, do you have members, the members that you speak of and represented by Local 798 that are out on jobs contracted around the country?
Yes.
And right now, do you have a significant amount of any of your members who are either furloughed or laid off or not on a job site somewhere?
I wouldn't say it's a significant amount, but we do have some that are laid off.
And that's not uncommon from time to time, regardless of whether or not you have multiple projects working, given the approximately 16,500 members you have, right?
The what? How many members did you say?
Did you say you have, well, maybe I got.
I have 365,000 members.
Oh, yeah, I left out the three, thank you, 365,000 members. And so, my question is, it's not uncommon that some percentage of a workforce of 365,000 may not be employed on any given day during the year.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And in terms of, if I can use the phrase more like green infrastructure, you mentioned nuclear, and I think some people would say that falls under renewable or more of the less fossil fuel based type infrastructure. Do you work on projects like that, like biodiesel type plants, or do you do other projects like that?
Yes, sir. We just converted 4 refineries in California to biodiesel.
All right, and just talk to me a little bit about, I mean, how long of a job, for instance, is that similar to like the 2-year construction leg on a linear infrastructure, or how intensive is that?
It just depends on the size of the project that you're working on, of course.
Okay, and in terms of your most recent experience with the 4 plants in California, just roughly how long?
It's had several phases, and it's been about 3 years.
About 3 years. And did you just complete them?
They're still going on now as we speak.
All right. How long do you think those might continue for work employment opportunities for your members?
I can't give you an accurate answer on that.
All right. Are you under any type of contract that has like a projection or a kind of an end date, say 5 years or something like that?
They generally work under what they call a PLA, a Project Labor Agreement, and they may add to that project after they complete the initial project that's in the PLA. They may want to come back to the table and add more onto that project, or they may want to come back and take some things away due to material shortage or something like that.
All right. And do you anticipate, sir, in the future of your organization that there will be maybe more conversion project opportunities that you'll be able to employ your workforce on?
Yeah, I'm sure there will be.
All right. Are you actively seeking any such type opportunities?
Can you give me a better definition of
Sure.
the question?
I sure can. I'm simply trying to, I mean, you're talking about how the jobs are important, and I totally agree with you on that. I'm simply trying to figure out, you're here in South Dakota, essentially under a letter of intent with this pipeline company, correct?
That's right.
And the letter of intent, which the prior witness discussed, is basically you are ready, willing to deploy workforce on this project should it be approved and the final investment decision made.
That's correct.
And that's not uncommon for you and your organization to have letters of intent, multiple with different organizations across industry, across the country.
That is correct.
And in terms of, and we don't need to get into any confidentialities, but in terms of other letters of intent and in your role, I think maybe to trying to secure such business, is that something you're actively doing across the country?
Yes.
Okay. On page 3 of your testimony, line 111 to 114, you say, quote, based on similar project completed by local 798 workers, I estimate that workers represented by local 798 would work a total of approximately 16,500 man-hours on construction of the project in South Dakota. Is that your statement?
Yes, sir.
And was your local involved in the Keystone 1 construction throughout the state?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that approximately 11% of the pipe fitting labor that was employed on the Keystone 1 project in this state, about 11% was local South Dakota laborers?
I can't guarantee that it's 11%, but I could say that's probably pretty accurate.
All right. And then Mr. Moore had asked you some questions about if your local includes some residents of South Dakota. You said yes. Are you able to quantify that in the terms of the number of South Dakota residents of your local that would in fact be deployed to work on this project should it be approved?
I could provide that information if you needed it, yes.
Yes, and that's kind of the nature of my question. I mean, is it 10, is it 1,000?
It's 28 individuals that live here.
All right. And the 28 individuals that live here, that are, and there is a distinction between residents and maybe live here. The nature of your work, your workers travel obviously from wherever the job site is, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so the word resident, which is a legal term, are you suggesting that the 28 persons we're talking about, they're permanent residents, their home is here in South Dakota?
Yes.
And then presently, are those folks employed on one of the many projects your local's working on?
I would have to give a local 798 to find that information out.
All right. And is it reasonable to conclude that those persons who are obviously skilled persons in a trade could be deployed by you tomorrow on a 3-year project in California, for instance?
Potentially, yes.
And so by the time, if this project was approved, final investment decision made, construction commenced, it's theoretically possible that all 28 of the residents of South Dakota could already be committed elsewhere for what would be the duration of the 2-year construction period here.
Theoretically, yes.
All right. You talked briefly about, and I think it was kind of dovetailing into maybe an economic impact topic, where sometimes your workers who travel into a particular state also may or may not bring their family member, their children, etc., correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony intended to then suggest that during that approximate 2-year period or however long they're deployed, then they are kind of becoming part of the community and spending money in the community?
Yes.
do you have any economic data that you are prepared to discuss that, for instance, gives us an idea of during Keystone 1, for instance, of how much economic input from family members of deployed workers contributed to the economy here?
We compile that data for most of our projects that we work on.
Okay, all right. Now, when there's an influx of persons, well, let me start this. How many people, if all of this were to come to fruition for you and Navigator, how many workers, just the workers, not family members, would you think would be deployed and now be based in South Dakota for the project length?
Are you talking about on each spread?
Yes, sir, please. Yeah, not counting a person twice, going spread to spread, but I'm talking about the total amount of people.
We estimate about 40 people total for both spreads.
Okay, all right. And when you say 40 people total, is it the same 40 going spread to spread, or you would simultaneously do the spreads, or is it linear?
I can't answer that because I don't know if this is going to be completed and then they're going to move down to this next spread and work for a different contractor, or if they're going to both start at the same time. I haven't seen the work scope yet, so I can't answer that.
Okay, and you kind of anticipated where I was heading. Your letter of intent, is it an exclusive agreement that your local will exclusively be contracted to perform the full scope of the entire 111.9 miles?
Yes.
All right. And when you said just a minute ago, work with another contractor, what did you mean by that?
We have over 100 contractors that bid on these projects, and the contractors there could be multiple contractors working on this project.
Okay, but in terms of your local, we're targeting about 40 persons.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Nothing further.
Okay.
Staff.
Thank you. I have no questions.
That'll bring us to commissioners. Do I have a commissioner who would like to go first?
Welcome to South Dakota, or back to South Dakota, whichever it may be.
Thank you.
Just one question. When a lot of the petroleum pipelines were being constructed in South Dakota, forgot which one it was, I think it was the first Keystone, we were invited to go out and observe the welding and the entire process and see several of them as they moved the stages along. And it was quite interesting. Do you use the same type of welding system on this size 8-inch and 6-inch pipe as they do on the, this was much larger pipe, and they have a system where it rotates around the pipe as they're welding it?
That would be an automatic process that they used on the one that you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
This would be a stick rod process.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thanks for being here to help us out today. In your page 2 of your testimony, you mentioned the Dakota Access Pipeline. And so I understand that members of Local 798 participated in the welding on the Dakota Access Pipeline in South Dakota. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what percentage of the welding they did in South Dakota on that project?
We did it all.
And
on the pipeline.
Yes. And do you know how many leaks there have been on the Dakota Access Pipeline in South Dakota since it became operational?
I do not have that information.
Thank you.
The only comment I would like to say is thank you so much for coming to South Dakota. We always appreciate having a Californian here in our state.
Thank you.
Mike, Commission Advisor, Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Nelson, they made me think of a question. I feel like you're here to testify about the great economic development that your folks will bring, but Commissioner Hanson had hit you up with like specifications, and so did Commissioner Nelson. And I want to too, because the question, are there any projects in South Dakota? You said Keystone, Dakota Access, Northern Border, and you were involved in that, right? And then you talked about being large diameter natural gas pipelines. Can you just show me how big those lines are? Like
36 inch,
they're like
so 3 foot.
3 foot pipe.
Uh-huh.
And this pipeline that you want to work on is like how big? Okay.
8 inch.
And now,
8 and 6 inch.
in terms of pipeline safety, do you have contact with the Commission's pipeline safety branch, Mary Zanter?
I don't have contact with her.
And like prior to sitting on the stand today, have you studied South Dakota's pipeline safety laws at all?
I have not looked into your safety laws. No.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Is there redirect for Mr. Taylor?
No redirect, thank you.
Any recross from, based on any commission questioning?
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Mr. Mickage, based on the questions for you related to the difference in the size of the diameter pipeline, is that common for your union members to work on different size diameter pipelines?
Yes, sir.
And could you you talked a little bit about the training in your direct testimony. Could you describe how, in general, the training and specifically how it trains you to work on projects of different magnitudes as has been discussed here?
Sure. So, in some cases, most cases, we apprentice most of our younger folks, and after a 5-year period, and they can pass a qualifying welding test, generally on a 24-inch line is normally what we do, 24 or 12-inch line. We usually give them a branch and a sleeve test, which covers most all aspects of pipeline work. Once they complete those processes and they go under the API 1104 directory, we take that weld, we x-ray that weld, and then we destruct that weld to make sure that what we're looking at actually qualifies our individuals to then journey out and become a journeyman at that point.
And after that point, is there any ongoing training that's done at the training center that you discuss in your testimony?
Yes, sir. We have additional journeyman training that is open to any member that would like to come and join. We have classes every 3 months, and they can sign up for any of the additional classes that they would like to keep up with the new technology changes or any changes that may come in the industry.
And as part of your training or otherwise, does your union engage directly with PHMSA in any way?
Yeah, we work through PHMSA on the standards basically, but we don't, I'm not going to say that we work alongside the PHMSA standards is what we basically do.
Has your union been involved with any welding certification as part of the Heartland Greenway pipeline project?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain that process?
Sure. So, working with Navigator, we had two of our welding instructors basically qualify the welding procedure test. They made the weld. We take great pride in making that weld look very nice. Beauty is not in the code, but we always try to make the best looking weld we can possibly put on the pipe. We then x-ray that weld, and then we go through and send it out to a third party that then destructs that welding test. Both, they do a tensile pull on it to make sure that the weld will beat the pipe. We also do a root face bend, which you basically grind the root face down flush with the pipe, bend it into a horseshoe form to make sure that there's no deficiencies in the weld. They then do the same process on the face. You grind the face down, which is considered the cap. You grind that down flush with the pipe. They bend it the other way into a horseshoe form, make sure that there's no deficiencies or flaws in the pipe. And then they do what they call a nick break. And what that does is it pulls the weld apart. You nick the weld so that it can actually break apart so you can see the internal application of the weld. If there's no flaws, lack of penetration, or slag, any kind of impurities in the weld whatsoever, then that weld then will pass and qualify.
And that was done specifically in conjunction with Navigator with respect to this proposed project?
Yes, sir.
And when was that done?
I believe that was done latter part of last year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questioning for this witness?
Yeah. I have a couple of questions. Thank you. Mr. Mickich, Mr. Moore just asked you about the PHMSA safety standards, and you testified that you're familiar with those, correct?
Yes, just a little bit.
Okay. And were you here for the testimony yesterday?
I was.
Okay. Do you recall some of the witnesses talking about meeting or exceeding PHMSA standards?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your position that your journeymen or apprentices meet PHMSA standards or seek to exceed PHMSA standards?
We always seek to exceed.
Okay, and are you familiar with the rulemaking process and the announcement by PHMSA to undergo additional rulemaking?
Additional what?
Rulemaking?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony yesterday about PHMSA's announcement in May 2022 about announcing additional rulemaking?
I did hear that.
Okay, and does your, the group that you represent, do you follow that rulemaking process?
We do.
Okay, and would it be your intention to, if additional rulemaking or additional rules are put in place by PHMSA, how would your operators on the ground handle that?
They would follow the rules that are implemented by PHMSA to the letter of the law.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Yes, sir, just a few more follow-up. On the welding, I might have just taken this for granted, but does bending the pipe where you have to make turns or connections, is that something your folks do, or are they basically the welds on the connection points from pipe segment to pipe segment?
We engineer the pipe. The operating engineer pulls the levers on the bender.
Okay, and that's what I want to kind of clear up. So you're not involved in the manufacturing of the pipe itself. Pipe is delivered, you bring your folks in, and then now we're connecting the pipe where it needs to be connected.
Yes, sir.
And when you say the individual who bends it, is that a separate contractor who does the bending, and then they lower it down, and then your folks do it, or you do all that?
No, sir, we lay the pipe out. It's, we call it engineering the pipe or the bend to fit the radius of the ditch. And we feed the pipe into the bending machine. They call it a bending machine. And usually in most cases you take 3/4 to 1 inch of a degree and 12 inches so that you don't affect the integrity of the pipe. And that's a standard that we have to follow. And that the operating engineer is usually the individual pulling the lever on that's actually doing the bending part of the mandrel.
Okay.
We run the bending pipe part of the pipe, and we put the mandrel in the pipe.
Okay, so, and it's not uncommon to have to bend pipe to fit whatever the specified route is that you were provided, right?
That's correct.
You were asked some questions or a question about Dakota Access, and just to confirm, your local did work on the South Dakota leg of Dakota Access?
Yes.
Did your local work on Keystone 1 at all through South Dakota?
Yes.
And you were asked if you were aware of the spills. Are you aware that Dakota Access through April 2021 had 9 spills?
Yeah, I did not, I wasn't unaware of that.
Are you aware that the first Keystone has had a total of 24 spills of over 1.1 million gallons?
I don't know of 24, but I did know of a couple.
All right. Are you aware of a Keystone leak of 16,800 gallons in Hutchinson County, South Dakota, found by a faulty girth weld at the point of transition weld connecting smaller and larger pipe together?
I am aware of that.
You are?
Yeah.
And then how about a February 2023 spill of more than 500,000 gallons of crude oil from the Keystone pipeline in Kansas caused by a combination of faulty weld and bending stress fatigue on the pipe?
I believe you're referring to the one that goes up the hill that had the fitting at the bottom.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. And despite maybe the best welders in the world, the best efforts, the best intention of your folks, the reality is that man-made structures, pipes, welds can break and can have catastrophic consequences.
Yes.
Would you agree that the PHMSA standards are the federal minimum standards and expectations of the minimum standards that contractors must apply to?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Further recross from the commission?
Just because I love to know how things work. When you're bending the pipe, are you seeking to avoid where the weld is, or is that immaterial?
In most cases, we try not to use fittings that will alleviate welds in the line. So we try to use the line pipe to go around the bends. And then in most cases, you can't get a bend radius to fit the contour of the ditch. So we then have to do that with the line pipe. But it's to, the general purpose for bending the pipe is to have fewer welds in the system.
And so are you, let's say you're doing a radius and you need 2 lengths of pipe to do the radius. Are you welding those pipes together before you do the bend or after you do the bend?
It would be before. But that's not the case because the bending machine will only carry 80 foot lengths of pipe. So you would have to make a bend make a bend, and then we'd have to make a weld in the middle after it's bent.
Okay, thank you.
Staff, do you have, Commissioner, I should have called upon you before Commission Cross perhaps, but do you have any questioning?
I think just a couple. You talked a lot about this, I think, destructive testing, right?
Yes.
In your experience, what percentage of wells on the projects you work on are generally non-destructively tested?
The test procedure is destructive. So anytime that you qualify a procedure or you take a weld test to get on the project, it's usually destructive, but not in all cases.
And I think you're talking about qualification, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what I'm trying to get at is the actual construction practices. What percentage generally in actual construction of the wells done on a pipeline are non-destructively tested?
Non-destructively tested, it's generally 100% that's X-rayed.
Thank you.
Or they use another system called phased ray, which is ultrasound. Phased array.
And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Commissioners, any further questions? No. Mr. Taylor, I tender your witness back to you and invite you to call your next witness.
Thank you. Nathaniel Rumpke.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Rumpke, will you tell the commission who you are, where you're from, a little bit of your background, and who you represent, please?
My name is Nathaniel Rumpke. Sorry. My name is Nathaniel Rumpke. I live in Rochester, Minnesota. I work for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 49. We cover Minnesota, South Dakota, and North Dakota as a local. Just similar to the last witness, our local kind of handles just a jurisdiction in that geographic space. I am the regulatory and political affairs coordinator, so essentially I come to hearings like this to try to convey the concerns and details of our workforce to whatever governing body happens to be involved in that hearing. And otherwise I do research and work like that for our union.
What do the operating engineers who are members of Local 49 do? What are their jobs and what are their roles?
So we are a heavy equipment operator union. Our members build everything from multi-family housing, energy infrastructure, highways, bridges, large buildings, wastewater treatment facilities, essentially any large construction utilizing heavy equipment. Our operating engineers are involved in the heavy equipment operation in those.
Now, Mr. Rumpke, on the computer in front of you is your written testimony that you submitted. It's been marked as Exhibit U1. If I asked you those same questions here today, would you give the same answers?
Yes, sir, I would.
Tender, do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
Tender the witness for cross-examination.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm reminded by my colleagues to offer Exhibit U1.
I appreciate the assist of your colleagues, because I sat here a bit befuddled thinking, what do we do with the exhibit? Was that like stipulated to, or? Thank you. I will admit, unless I hear an objection. No objection. Hearing none, it is admitted, and Navigator may cross-examine.
Thank you, Mr. Runke. My name's James Moore. I'm one of the lawyers representing Navigator. You talk in your testimony on pages 3 and 4 about having highly trained and experienced workers. Could you just talk a little bit about worker training and the efforts that the union puts into that?
Yeah, I believe that's one of the highest priorities. I can't speak for all the other unions, but I would assume they would agree that our concern is to have safe and efficient work sites. Our members are the people on there, so training is one of the most important things in a union. Our local has as I said in my testimony, a 65,000 square foot facility on 400 acres of outdoor training area. We, in our off-season, as a northern area, our road construction obviously slows down in the winter. Our members utilize that training center. Obviously not every single member goes to it, but we have a very, very high level of usage for that training center to keep our members at the top of their game, even when they aren't out in the field doing this kind of work. It allows them to be trained in the newest and safest ways to handle what they're going to meet out in the field, and it allows them to keep progressing as an operator as they continue through the career.
Your testimony talks specifically about pipeline-specific training that occurs. Are you familiar with that?
I haven't gone through it, but yes, I am familiar with it.
What sort of pipeline-specific training do the members of your union as primarily heavy equipment operators get?
So most of our training is based on skill level and equipment used. There is a few that are specific techniques in the pipeline industry. Those are offered actually through a training center in a different local. So beyond the one that we have in our local, one of our sister locals, local 181, has extensive training on the piece of equipment the person would be operating, some of which go multiple levels of skill. Those are essentially a full-time job when you're doing that training. They're at 10 hours a day, 6 days a week for that kind of training, and they're also offered more other opportunities for training at our international center down in Texas.
And you also mentioned your apprenticeship process. Could you explain that and how it specifically relates to pipeline-specific work?
Absolutely. So apprentices, I would put as the other kind of key thing in a union, because it is the future of our organization. It allows a new construction worker a safe environment to become a skilled journey person later in their career. They have, in ours, usually about a 4-year program to learn the skills they need to know. They're brought along by their fellow union members, kind of looking out for them. They're given opportunities in a training space that isn't on a work site to gain at least the base level skills before they would be out apprenticed with a journeyman on a work site. So I can't imagine a safer way to get new construction individuals onto a project than through the apprenticeship programs we offer.
Are you familiar with any union initiatives that have been undertaken that would relate to the proposed work on this pipeline project?
Are you speaking like apprenticeship wise or just in general?
Just in general.
I mean, projects like this one, being large projects that would require a large amount of workforce, I mean, the initiatives I guess I would look at is the preparation of the workforce. We're doing it continuously, but not, I guess it wasn't specifically for this project, but it's a constant process of gaining the skilled members we would need to do, as the last witness said, bring in a workforce for what is essentially temporary work on a continuous basis. Making sure that when we get a call from our contractors, we are able to supply them with the highly trained, skilled people that they expect on time and when they need them.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Cross-examination from Ms. Bailey.
No questions, thank you.
And from our counties,
No questions.
and Mr. Jordy.
Yes, thank you. Along the same lines of my prior questioning, and you were here for the full Q&A with Mr. Mickich.
Yes, sir.
All right. So how many of Local 49's heavy equipment operators are residents of living in South Dakota?
I believe when I looked, it was about 460, 470 members in South Dakota. I can't speak to, we're less specialized in a lot of our members than in the pipe fitters. We do have some people that primarily do pipeline work, but a lot of our operators will do pipeline work when that is available, and at other times work on other kinds of projects. So it's hard for me to quantify an exact number on pipeline-specific members.
And I appreciate that, and that's what I'm, kind of trying to narrow down, because the 14,500, that's multiple states, all of your members. But if we're talking about, just kind of getting to the nuts and bolts of it, of the likely number, the reasonable number of those that would in fact have the skill level necessary to do this exact type of work, but are also residents of South Dakota and have the potential of being deployed on this project, what do you think that number is?
I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be the full 460. Some of those are public members. I don't have an exact number. Essentially, like for other projects in our jurisdiction, like we just had the Line 3 project up in northern Minnesota, we had, I believe it was close to 1,800 equipment operators, and I think it was 60 to 70% were our local jurisdiction. Obviously, I would have to break that down even more to know South Dakota, because like you said, we're a 3-state local union. So all of our numbers technically usually come from that 3-state pool.
Okay, and the example of Line 3, and then that work being in Minnesota, obviously the largest percentage of your members are local to Minnesota, correct?
Yes, we try to put people out on the job as close to home as we can. We also have rules for how people go out to a job, meaning if they're off work the longest, they get the first opportunity at the job. So
Understood, and I appreciate your honesty there. And so you're not suggesting that 100% of the 400 or so South Dakotans in your local would absolutely be employed on this project, are you?
no, sir, we couldn't ever guarantee anything like that for any of our jobs.
All right. And along the same line of questions with Mr. Mickich, if another job project opportunity comes up, it's possible that those South Dakotans with those skill sets could be deployed to other jobs while this job would need workers.
Yes, sir, if that came up and they were employed in another state or in this state, that is a possibility.
And how far out, or do you go to the continental U.S., or do you have a region? How far out can you deploy your workforce in the U.S.?
Our international is over 400,000 members, and they cover the US and Canada.
All right, and if I'm a member of your local here in South Dakota, I could potentially be deployed up to Canada to do work?
You could, as a traveler in a different local, if everything was kind of done right, you could work in another jurisdiction, yes.
Okay, but it's not uncommon for your South Dakota-based members to be deployed and placed across the country?
It's offered, they can be, it's all personal, the member preference, the person can or cannot, like, we don't send them to a place.
Okay.
We let them know about the work, they tell us whether they will be traveling for work or waiting for work locally.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so it's basically a member option if they want to travel to or work on a specific project?
Yes, sir, the individual decides where they will work. They're given the opportunities, and they make the decision on where they will work.
Okay, and they may choose that they're not interested in working at all during that period?
They can, yes.
All right. Now, the purpose of your testimony, at least in your answer here, is summed up that Local 49 supports Navigator's project because Navigator has committed to utilizing union labor on the project, and that's important to you.
Absolutely.
And needless to say, it's important to you because you want your members to be employed in projects and working.
In part, yes.
And is the second part because you believe that, based on your training program and the skill level of your workers, that they are superior to private contractors?
I believe that they are the highest trained and skilled operators available. I wouldn't say anything negative to anyone else, but yes, I believe our operators are as good as you're going to get.
And you therefore believe that if this were to occur in South Dakota, that the state of South Dakota would deserve the best, and you're offering your local up as meeting that criteria?
Yes, sir.
You talk about the benefits of union labor, and you also talk about, this was the question, what other ways does utilizing union labor on this project affect its overall benefits? Your answer was, in utilizing union labor, this project will maximize the number of people from the area utilized for the project. And I understand that may be your goal, but you stand by our prior back and forth that you really can't pin down if anyone from South Dakota would definitely be employed, correct?
Yeah, we can't dictate that, yes.
All right. And you also talk about that you believe if you were involved in a project, if it was approved, that would, quote, ensure the wage rates for the work required on the project are attractive enough to draw the required workforce and retain them for the duration of the project. Now, that answer kind of presupposes that, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that you believe if certain private contractors, for instance, maybe offering lower wages, would have a higher turnover, which could then lead to potentially not the highest quality workmanship.
I believe there are other examples of similar situations that have shown that to be true.
And do you care to expand on that? Do you have a specific example?
I do, actually, it's in North Dakota, so I don't know if it's relevant or not, but the flood diversion project there was proposed to be done non-union by a non-local entity that we had attempted to work with and other unions had attempted to work with to make sure they knew that if they needed local workforce, we were there. They did not take us up on that offer, and that project is, per the governing body that's overseeing it, it was stated to be a year behind schedule already, and it's only been about a year and a half that the work's been going on. So instances like that make me believe that yes, that would probably be the case.
In your experience, is it generally true that entities that do not hire union labor tend to do so because union labor is, on average, more expensive to the overall project than private contractors?
I don't know, kind of the logic they would use for it. We have not found that statement to be true based on the efficiencies of the workforce, the time it takes to complete, the actual total labor costs. I guess I wouldn't agree would be higher. I don't know, what a non-union contractor would state for their reasoning, so.
Okay. And one follow-up on that, do you have, from where you sit in your role in your union, do you have any idea why a potential pipeline company or any infrastructure company would choose to not use union work when you have the training program that you laid out?
It's not really something I would be able to answer.
Okay, fair enough. In terms of heavy equipment operations, are you aware of any incidents related to hazardous pipelines where the heavy equipment operators were a part of or a cause of a damage to a pipeline or any type of a spill or leak release?
I'm not personally aware of it, but kind of the role I have wouldn't be privy to everything that way, so.
Okay. And then let me just ask you this, did you have any knowledge, given it's in your region, of the Trans-Canada pipeline rupture in Amherst, South Dakota in 2017, which was caused by heavy equipment hitting the pipe and causing damage?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you, sir, nothing further.
That will bring us to staff. Do you have questions for this?
I do, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned earlier that your workers sort of get to pick which jobs they take. Would South Dakota workers then have sort of first bite at the apple for a South Dakota job?
The way ours works, if that was a stipulation of a project, it's something that we can utilize as a union, because we dispatch them to jobs. We can't make preference over one member or another unless it's a specification of the job.
Sure.
Other than the length of time they have not been working, that's the other qualifying. So if there were people that had been not working for much longer, that weren't South Dakota residents, and there was no stipulation that it needed to be South Dakota residents, the other person would be first offered.
So when it comes to that stipulation, is that then a decision that the company makes when they hire you, not something that comes from you guys?
It does not come from our union. It's essentially job specifications are the other parts of how we dispatch.
Would your members, as heavy equipment operators, be the ones conducting any excavating or backfilling after the pipeline?
Yes, yeah, they would be handling any of the heavy equipment side of that.
Do you know, do they have experience in soil segregation?
Yeah, and most construction projects would have that kind of involved. So I can't speak to any person in particular, but across our projects, yes, they would have that.
That is all the questions I have.
Right.
Thank you.
Commission questions? Commissioner Pegan will start here.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. The Local 49, I was interested in your training. Where's your training center at?
So our training center is in Hinckley, Minnesota, so north of the Twin Cities, about 60 miles.
And if I heard you right, you talked about, it shows in your testimony that it's free for your members.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they also paid like a low hourly wage to go, or is it their own free will to go?
So they are paid for kind of a room and board, almost like a stipend, to take their time up there, but it is on their own time. A lot of times in the construction industry, you have downtimes, and so that's when we gear up for our union in particular. Our winter months are our heaviest training months, so they might take time that they would otherwise be, or they are laid off to utilize to improve their skill set.
And you said it was voluntary, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have in your testimony that 2,900 of your members participated in 2022-23 out of your 14,500 or 14,000?
Yeah, yes, that was in this training season, yes.
Like, how many hours is that? Is it one classroom that's 2 hours, or is that 2,900 people? Is that classified in the hourly?
So that was, that specific number was individual users, individual different users of the center. Many of them take multiple courses. Most of the courses are an 8-hour day up there. And it goes everywhere from MSHA training, so mining safety, OSHA trainings, and then equipment trainings that will more often be like a full week where they would come and work Monday through Friday on equipment training.
So the other portion of the 14,000 that haven't been maybe keeping up, have you noticed a trend? Are they getting there sometime, like every other year, or?
So our local being as large as it is, we have about 3,500 of those members are public employees. So county, city employees, and some of them do utilize the training center. Most of those don't pay into the training fund, so it's paid for, but it's through their work that the center gets paid for. And so some of the guys will work through the winter as well, so we'll have a good chunk of people that are still continuing to work and don't have that downtime to get back up. But yeah, that number, that 2,900, was for that off season alone. That was how many unique individuals went through it. I think they said it was about, I believe it was in the 6,000 range for courses taken. So a lot of those 2,900 people were taking more than one course over the training year. So.
Thank you, I appreciate that information.
Commissioner Advisor would like to do a cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm curious about your training for soil segregation and replacement.
Like specific training on that, or?
Yes,
Okay.
specific training on that.
The only thing I haven't been through, obviously, I didn't say it in my intro, but I was an arborist actually represented, so I did tree work. I wasn't one of the guys out in the field doing that, so I didn't go through any of that training personally. I believe the soil segregation side would be parts of the equipment training courses when they're doing it. I don't know of a single course that would focus on that. It would be more in the excavating courses. Those standards and like following those practices would be integrated into any of those trainings where you're running an excavator, you're, like kind of job site specific courses, I guess.
Well, of course, with Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota, and maybe other states as well, there's a lot of farmland we're talking about in production value after the process is completed. And I just had, listening to what you had said, I'm just wondering how you would evaluate, the quality of the soil replacement after it's been segregated. If anyone goes back and looks at the results, and are there best practices that keep getting updated, that type of thing?
I mean, from our end of it, I think the part that we're at least involved in is moving topsoil first, and segregating it away from. I don't know the very specifics of it. Like I said, I'm not actually in the field operator. I was a different route to get to this job, but I know this comes up throughout all of our energy-related projects for sure, between wind farms, solar fields, all that kind of stuff, any of the construction. This topic is brought up, and I know it's involved in our training. I don't know the exact specifics of what our members are going through in that training, because I hadn't gone through the courses myself.
I've gone through a lot of these hearings over the past 5 decades, and this is always a hot topic, especially in the farm community. And of course, we've had successes, and we've had some that weren't so successful. But I am curious about going back and evaluating the process after reviewing how that soil segregation, replacement, and decompaction turned out. And with that said, that was the basis of my question.
Any redirect, Mr. Taylor?
No redirect, thank you.
And we would have any final cross based on commission questions, starting with Navigator?
Nothing, thank you.
And Ms. Bailey?
No questions.
And county?
Nope.
Sorry, Mr.
Nothing.
No, nothing further.
Mr. Jordan?
No question.
Okay. Tender the witness back, and you may proceed.
Thank you, and Mr. Rumpke's going to leave. He's not going to stay for the rest of the hearing, so if anybody wants to talk to him again, let me know and I'll give you his contact information. Next witness, Randall Harris.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Harris, will you tell the commission your name, please, your residence, who you represent, and the purpose you're here today?
My name is Randall Harris. I live in Springfield, Illinois. I represent the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm an international representative for the Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA. I also serve in that capacity as the director of the Laborers Employers Cooperation and Education Trust. That's a long way of saying that's our labor management program for the Laborers Midwest region. From the regional office here, we cover 10 states, South Dakota being one of those 10. We have within our region approximately 50,000 members. Our international union is right at 500,000 members, and we represent workers in construction. The vast majority of our workforce is in construction. We have some pockets that do other things, from public sector to, we actually represent members here in South Dakota at Indian Health Services. So we've got folks in all walks of life, but the vast majority is in construction.
Thank you for that. Calling your attention to what's been marked Exhibit U2. It's a direct written testimony, that you prepared and submitted to the commission. If I asked you each of the questions in that testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I'll offer Exhibit U2 and surrender the witness.
Any objection to this witness?
No objection.
We would object to his answer to question 12 and attachment B, which are tied together for foundation. Quick review of his answer represents that this is a Heartland Navigator study, but attachment B is some Summit Carbon study. Navigator is not even a word used in it. I think maybe one. So we would object to that on him having lack of foundation.
So is your objection that you want some portion of the answer to Exhibit 12 stricken?
Well, I want the whole thing stricken because it talks about a report that was prepared by Navigator, but then it says at the very end that I attach this report as attachment B, and attachment B is some Summit Carbon Solutions report. And so my understanding is it's representing that this application would have the impacts of attachment B, and there's just no foundation for that. Attachment B is very specific to the Summit Carbon project.
Mr. Taylor, would you like your witness to speak to this Exhibit B? I'm looking for an argument back as to a response to Mr. Schwab's argument that this should not come in for reasons he just stated.
First of all, I'd say that I'm not sure that Mr. Schwab stated any grounds. He didn't say, he didn't ground his objection. He just said that there's some disconnect in his mind between attachment B and the testimony that's given in the answer. I think the question and the answer speak for themselves, and the testimony given in the answer is perfectly appropriate. If his objection is to including exhibit attachment B to the testimony, then that's a different question. And there's no ground, he hasn't stated any grounds for that.
If I may, it's one's foundation and misconstrues the evidence, doesn't answer the question. And Mr. Taylor, with due respect, is completely wrong. The entire answer refers to this report, says it several times, and then the last sentence says, I have attached this report as attachment B, which attachment B is a Summit Carbon Solution study that has nothing to do with this. The first sentence in his answer says this is the Navigator Regional Economic Impact Study report. But so it misconstrues the evidence. There is no Navigator Regional Impact Study report.
Mr. Taylor has been completely wrong before, but in this case, Mr. Taylor doesn't think he's completely wrong. I think the answer speaks for itself. I'm standing.
I wish I heard that answer as clearly as you, Mr. Taylor. I'm not hearing it speak to me. I see my commissioners looking at the report as we speak. I don't have the report up in front of me. It seems, from what I recall, it to be a relevant report that I did not take issue with, and again, a report that did not come up during the pretrial conference, which I would point out, at which time the unions were not a hotly contested item of discussion. So, Commissioner Nelson, do you have an opinion on this report that you could maybe assist with?
If asked to vote, I would sustain the objection.
I do have a question for Mr. Moore, if I could ask. The Navigator's Regional Economic Impact Study. And then it talks about the North Star policy action.
Yeah, it's, my understanding is it's not a Navigator document, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
I need another minute or two to review this.
so much going on my head and in my ears at one time. I'm gonna make this simple. Chris, the study. Did you vote to keep the study in or out? I apologize for the low-level question.
I voted to sustain the objection, which would
And
mean
at this point, we're confused where we're at. If you can make that clear as day.
okay, that would be that the study would not be admissible.
The commission has reasonably thought this out, worked among 3 different individuals, and proposes that it will not be admissible. Mr. Taylor, you may.
That's one commissioner has stated that they sustain.
See, this is more difficult than can be explained in such a short time. We'll take a vote.
All right.
Okay. So,
Generally speaking, though, as we go through this, the standard operating procedure is one person objects or one person votes to sustain. If the others don't vote, then they're not in support. But however you want, however you're comfortable, so it's clear to everyone.
yes, I counted 3. Chris, Christie, and then I was in for the ride, so it was 2 and 1, and I apologize. We have no votes at this point in time, but I feel like we're keeping, there is a call to cast some votes as to whether or not this report is coming in. Commissioner Fegan.
Move to sustain.
Keep it out. Sustained is keep it out.
If you want it very clear, let's just say yes or no. I propose that you just simply, well,
okay.
Those who are.
Shall we keep the report out? Yes or no? Shall we keep the report out? Yes or no? Commissioner Fegan.
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson.
No.
Yes.
2 to 1, the report is out. Mr. Taylor.
So to clarify the way that answer ends up, then the last sentence, I have included a copy of the report as attachment B, is stricken. And the first sentence, according to Navigator's regional economic study, would be stricken. The rest of the answer stands.
Excuse me if I may, the reference to Navigator's regional economic impact study is not a reference to the report. Navigator did do an economic impact study that John Mueller was here and testified to, and it's my understanding that that's the reference in the first sentence.
Okay, so then, with Mr. Moore's clarification, we would exclude attachment B, and that would be it.
That sounds.
Well, let me clarify, we'd also exclude the second sentence that talks about that report as well.
I couldn't hear you, Mr. Quackford. Say that again, please.
Sorry. We would also, I mean, our objection was to the whole answer, and the second sentence is all about attachment B, so the objection to that still, the report's not in it, you shouldn't be allowed to testify about it.
I believe you're referring to the 3rd sentence.
A report by North Star Policy, that's the sentence that starts, then everything from that to the end, sorry.
I really feel like Mr. Moore can ask him about that report, and that's a fair question. I'm gonna overrule that portion to strike the report, but I'm okay with striking the entire text.
Okay, just wait 1 second. So you have 2 commissioners that have stricken the report.
The report, he's talking about the sentence in the text.
And so you have a commissioner here that doesn't believe that should be in and supports the landowner's attorney.
So would it be your position, Commissioner Fegan, that everything starting with the beginning of the 3rd sentence should be stricken also?
Correct.
Agreed.
Okay.
No.
No, we got.
Just, I guess we just have to weigh in on this, but it's 2-1 against. So.
Sure. So then we figure out where the references to the report end. And it ends with the word live, and then you begin saying, in second to last sentence, it's footnoted non-local workers, on the other hand, send their payroll remittances home, so that would be still in. You can, I tell you what, you can strike everything beginning with the third sentence or report through the end, and then we don't have to argue anymore.
With that, we may proceed.
I've lost track of where we were.
I do not blame you. I believe he's your witness.
I offered the report, Mr. Platt objected. We've now clarified that objection. So,
Yeah, I believe it's been, not an objection, that's the only objection I have. So it's been offered, I think you have to admit it with that objection, and then he's tendered for cross.
here we are.
Okay, so we are tendered for cross. Mr. Moore, do you have any cross-examination now that the record is clear and so forth?
Thank you, Mr. DeHuick. Mr. Harris, my name is James Moore. I'm here on behalf of Navigator. On page 4 of your pre-filed testimony that's been admitted into evidence, you talk in the first full paragraph there about the relationship that you have with the Pipeline Contractors Association. Could you just explain that, please?
Yeah, thank you. The Pipeline Contractors Association is a group, it's a large organization that represents union pipeline contractors. And I think maybe this is where we're discussing when our members go to work on these things, or whether it's a private entity. We don't directly employ workers on projects. We represent workers, contractors who are members of this Pipeline Contractors Association, the PLCA. That's the entity, and those are the entities that employ our membership on these projects. So that's a large group of the biggest of the big pipeline contractors in the country. Have built some of the major projects here in South Dakota, including Dakota Access and Keystone here and throughout the country.
And there's a reference in that paragraph to the National Pipeline Agreement. What is that?
Yes, sir. That's the standard agreement and the blanket agreement that every PLCA member contractor follows. And it lays out the wages, hours of work, and working conditions for the 4 crafts that are party to that agreement: the LIUNA, Labor's International Union of North America, and 2 of the other trades you've just heard from today, the International Union of Operating Engineers, the UA, and the Teamsters, who I don't believe are here.
And what are the skilled trades that your members bring to a project like this?
Yeah, so laborers on a project such as this do any number of things. Obviously, we don't run heavy equipment, we don't weld. So the skill level of that would be many the coding work on the pipe. Our folks do a lot of the coding. That's where much of our training comes in, where we're OQ, operator qualified on coding. We do a lot of the material handling. I did a little bit of pipeline work in my younger days, but we do a lot of the stuff that other crafts just frankly don't want to do. It's hard work, they're long days, they're moving a lot of heavy things, picking up skids as we call them, helping manage, get pipe in the ground, do any of those skills and work assignments that are very labor intensive, I guess.
And on the bottom of page 4 of your testimony says that the 4 construction trade unions, with whom Navigator has executed a letter of intent, are equipped to perform all the construction tasks necessary to prepare the right-of-way, install the pipeline, and reclaim the affected area. So my understanding that that your union would be involved in all aspects of construction of the pipeline from segregating the topsoil to reclamation.
That's correct. Our folks help, our membership helps works with the operating engineers and the other crafts to ensure that, Mr. Rizal's question about the segregation, ensuring that topsoil is segregated appropriately, and ensuring that the vegetation management is done appropriately, ensuring that as it's reclaimed, everything is done correctly there. We work with, if a landowner has a particular company that would do the drain tile, we would work with that company to help ensure that that local vendor gets to work on the project while ensuring that local residents and local members get to work with them. So yeah, from soup to nuts, all of it. Yes, sir.
In paragraph 9 of your testimony, you talk about your training programs and how that is beneficial to the project. Could you talk a little bit more about your mobile training and your fixed training centers?
Yeah, thank you. Let me start with the fixed. The fixed training site for South Dakota, they're affiliated with the fund that operates out of Omaha, Nebraska. There's a fixed site in Omaha. Obviously, we understand, similar to the other trades, that it's not always easy for a member, particularly that may be gearing up to work on a job, say in South Dakota, to get to Omaha to do that training. So we've put together and have the ability to do mobile training. We have trailers, job trailers. We bring out, we set up classroom training wherever it may be needed. We work with our signatory contractors and owners to ensure that we put these training sites and these mobile training areas near where they're needed on a project. And the mobile training is just as good as the fixed site training. We bring everything out that needs to be out there, all of the equipment. We'll work with the other crafts, the operating engineers, the way to ensure that if we need something dug up, so that we're going to be doing, say, some underground training on this, that we have an operating engineer, and maybe they have some of their apprentices that can assist with this, or their trainees that can assist with this. So we will take when I say drag, we will drag the trailer out to wherever it's needed. We'll set up shop in a place such as this, or a local union hall, or a larger venue to do that classroom, hands-on, and practical training on site.
So is the same training available in both the mobile facilities and the fixed training centers? It's just a question of accessibility?
Yes, sir, and cost, obviously. When we know we have a project such as this, we're going to invest in the workforce and the community where it's being built. And that would give us a reason to also recruit and try to bring in new members, try to grow our union, to try to ensure that local workers in these communities have an opportunity to work on these projects that may be in their community.
Your testimony refers to 164 hours of pipeline-specific training. Can you describe any of that?
As I mentioned, the coding, with the other crafts, working to ensure that you're being safe on the site, the awareness of everything out there. The OQ qualifications, there are, at one time there were 16, I believe there are 12 now, specific tasks, and I apologize, I don't have those in front of me. There's 12 specific tasks that laborers need to be OQ'd, operator qualified on. We do all of those at our training sites, and throughout that training, not all of our operators and contractors will accept our OQ, so they get OQ'd during our training, during that 164 hours, but they will also many times get OQ'd on site by a contractor or an owner. That's all part of that.
In paragraph 6, you talk about local employment, and you indicate that because of the PLCA agreement, half of the workforce will be hired from local South Dakota communities. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, sir. The way the pipeline contractor agreement works with the laborers, contractors have the right to bring in up to 50% of the workforce on the site. which means they're key people, key workers. They keep those on site and can bring them. We're similar in a lot of ways to the UA and also the operators. That the pipeline industry is a very big industry, multi-billion-dollar industry, but it's a small world, right? People that do pipeline construction, oftentimes, that's where they build a career. That's where they stay. They stay on pipeline construction for the vast majority of their career. So a project like this, on a mainline project where you're going to have upwards of 1,000 workers, there's a certain subsection of our union, just like any other union, that just does pipeline construction. And you're going to want those workers on the site. And we recognize that as a union, that not everybody in South Dakota is a pipeline worker. So we need to make sure that there are enough experienced, skilled hands who've seen this in any number of places and do this every day to come in and do the work. The other side of that is we also recognize, and the contractors recognize, that a robust local workforce on a project also ensures things are done correctly and done right. And in a lot of ways, that's because, look, our members are members of the community. They're not going to do things that are dangerous. They're not going to allow something that may be dangerous to their community, their state, their region to go on a project. So we ensure that at least half of the workforce is local, out of South Dakota, or wherever locality may be.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey, any questions?
No, thank you.
And counties, any questions?
Nothing from Minnehaha County?
Nothing from Moody County.
Mr. Jordan?
Mr. Schwab, that's
Oh,
okay.
yes, sorry.
Just a few. This PLCA agreement, is that an actual binding agreement right now, or is it something else?
It's a binding agreement with the laborers. I think there may be, so it's up for negotiation this year. Ours is done, I believe at least 3, if not all 4 of the crafts have finalized their agreements.
And so the agreements you're talking about there, is that the agreements among the 4 unions to like work together? Is that what you're talking about?
No, this is the agreement with the contractors. It sets the wages, hours of work, and working conditions on a project.
Okay, and so is there any sort of agreement with the applicant and the unions?
I don't know what you mean by agreement.
Well, contract.
Do we have a contract? We don't have any contract.
And is it, I think in your testimony, or I heard you say that the PLCA is a letter of intent. Is that more accurate?
So the applicant has submitted a letter of intent to utilize the Pipeline Contractors Association contractors and the 4 crafts to build this project.
Okay. And that is not binding right now, correct?
I don't know, they have a letter out there, I don't know what you mean by binding.
Okay. Do you know what a letter of intent is from a legal standpoint?
Yeah, it's just an intent to do work, correct? Yeah.
It's an intent to do the work, but it's not typically a letter of intent, it's not binding.
Correct, yeah, look, and this is the truth, we know this. Letters of intent, no legal standing there, right? I think I agree with that, I do. I also know that any entity, any company, any organization willing to publicly say they're going to do something is likely to do it. They're in here testifying under oath to you all. If they gave us a letter of intent, and this is a big company, we're talking billions of dollars for the work here. If they came in and gave us a letter of intent and 6 months from now said, we're not going to follow that, if at some point in the future they wanted to expand their project, they had to come in front of a commission, do you think we wouldn't be sitting here saying, look, we know they're telling you and promising you one thing, they promised us something and didn't do it? We know it's not binding. We also have a lot of trust that Navigator knows what they're doing, understands the level of skill and qualification that union members bring to these projects, and I have 100% confidence that we're going to be able to work with them and looking forward to it.
Sure, and I hope that works out for you guys. But sorry, just strike that anyway.
Wait a minute,
Can you hear me all right?
yeah, can you put your mic a little closer, please, or?
In your written testimony, at one point, you indicate the letter of intent says that it's a commitment that 50% of the workforce will be local. I was curious, that, as far as I can tell, that's not in the record. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. How is local defined?
And so I think you're putting two things together, right? The letter of intent is just to utilize PLCA contractors and the laborers on this job. The Pipeline Contractors Association agreement with the Laborers International Union, with my union, says that 50% of the workers dispatched must come from the local union affiliated with the geographic area that has jurisdiction.
Okay.
For us.
Thank you. And so and your geographical area is what? For you?
South Dakota.
You're just South Dakota?
Local 620, who has geographic jurisdiction, is South Dakota and 3 counties in Nebraska.
Okay, thank you. And then in your written testimony, there's, in fact, it's 12. I sought to, well, no, excuse me, it's not 12. In question 11, you state that Navigator anticipates that 30 to 50% of the total construction workforce will be hired locally. And to one of Mr. Moore's question, it was represented that it would be 50%. And in your response, you said up to 50%. What is the number? Is it 30? Is it 50? Is that aspirational?
So it's going to vary by trade, obviously. For the laborers, it's, in my experience on projects such as this, it oftentimes, it almost always exceeds 50% of local workers. And to your question about local, those would be residents from South Dakota. In one way, shape, or form, we dispatch, on Dakota Access, we had over 50% laborers were local South Dakota residents.
And so if that commitment can't be met for whatever reason, other workers come in, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Staff,
Thank you, I have no questions.
commission questions, starting with Commissioner Hanson.
No question, just appreciate very much you coming to chat. When I was working my way through college as a hot tower roofer, tearing off roofs, and I wish I had a union instead of $1.50 an hour.
Commissioner Nelson.
Commissioner Hanson, you turned out okay anyway, so. Mr. Harris, thanks for being here. I want to ask a question and maybe understand how things work out in the field. And you were here earlier when Mr. Jordy talked about the leak on the Keystone 1 pipeline up in Marshall County. And the investigation showed that it was caused by apparently an operator that had done something to the pipe when it was being installed. If something like that were to happen out on the route, an operator makes a mistake, and one of your men or women sees it, are they free to address that with that operator, or is it the type of thing that's their deal, I'm my deal, can't cross the line? Help me understand that.
Yeah, your first characterization of it is correct. And that's part of the total pipeline training. When I talk about the awareness, that's all part of it. Is one of the things, especially on pipeline projects, you see something, say something. If you see something damaged, let somebody know. If you see a problem, let somebody know. And when I talk about the coating of the pipe, that would be one of the areas where if we saw something dinged or damaged or something like that, we would want to let somebody know so that it one, could be checked out, x-rayed, made sure there's no integrity problems, and it would need to be coated to make sure that that gets corrected if it can stay in the ground. Obviously, our folks are encouraged to let somebody know if and when they see a problem. And I think they're pretty good about it for the most part.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris, coming from Springfield. Just a quick question. You brought up about having local workers, and I absolutely love that. And I love how you trim them with the mobile unit so they can be certainly trained. And you heard Mr. Rezola, our advisor, talk about soil, making sure the topsoil and the reclamation is done properly, so I totally appreciate that. One comment you did make that is interesting was we use local because we wouldn't allow something dangerous to happen in our communities where we live or work or whatever. Can you tell me, do you have any of your workers that are landowners in the project? And if not landowners, how close do they live to the center pipe?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We did I know we did some research into this. We don't have any landowners directly impacted, any of our members that are direct landowners. We do have, I don't recall the number. We have a not an insignificant number of members within 10 miles of the line. That was the study we did, is looked at 10 miles based on the addresses we have.
So within 10 miles, which certainly isn't the setback, but okay, thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Taylor?
No redirect.
And any reprocessing any of the parties? With that, your witness may step down. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, and I have no other witness.
Okay. And that also takes us right up to the noon hour. At the very least, a break for Sherry, but it is the noon hour. Let's do lunch. Returning after 1, I suspect, a little, or
I would say give a little bit of extra time because it's going to be a little bit of a rush hour. So I would say 1:20, 1:20. 1:20?
1:20, we will resume. Thank you.
I'm sorry, when did we say we were coming back? 1.20.
1:20.
Well, if I could just be heard maybe before everybody leaves, I'm sorry. The union testimony did go on a little longer than anticipated, but we've got our expert here that has to be leaving at 2 o'clock. Is there any way we could put him on and try to get that done? I mean, Mr. Moore said he only had 30 minutes of questions.
I mean, I think we're going to have to. I wish you would have made that.
Yeah, I thought about interrupting I didn't know that until after he had started, and I didn't want to interrupt him. I maybe should have. I'm sorry about that. But
Could we just have 5 minutes? I am so sorry. We're going to have to change our mind here. 5 minutes, and then we're going to come back.
Your audience back then. So you killed your audience. Oh, they think you can stay yourself once more. No, okay, I'll turn it back on, but I killed that audio after this, and they're going to launch me back. All right. Okay, it'll be on, just saying.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, all right, I'll be back.
3 words into
They're
one,
not
you
gonna
don't
hear
even
it.
get breaks.
At least live. I mean,
Like,
you
it's
know,
just, they make up their own terms, and it's just one long.
find it again, but I was just like, oh no.
Giving her carries on, have you?
I just made you.
All right. Mine already, yeah, it's already in mine.
Talk to me about elderly.
We're gonna be eating gumdrops.
There's Altoids in the bucket.
And Tom's a no. I wondered if that was true.
Yep. Yep.
Having all the fun you can handle.
Here's why, yeah.
I miss my 2-hour morning.
That's true.
I miss my morning walk with the dogs. I used to doing that at 6 a.m. Well, I'm the problem is time. I'm up at 6 getting ready for this. So I'm I'm looking forward to the break before we do the 6-day stretch. Some of them where I'm a late guy.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
I used to be late. I feel like my body changed somewhere along the way. I go to bed by 10:30 or so when I'm awake at 6. If I stay until 2, I'm still awake at 6. So I'm kind of a 1:30 night guy. So I was 47.
She's smiling. You made her smile. That is such a barrier. Here, I'm going to pat you on the back.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. All right, Leah. Chill out.
One of the things. And I just keep it rolling. I didn't want to have a big, oh, where is it? Type of deal.
Two other rooms there.
We're just going to go into them right now.
Well, we will be, I mean, yeah, we're on, but we're still on yet from them. Yeah, 90, 91.
Farewell lunch for Jack. Yeah. Yeah, he's taking off. Pretty shocked how fast I said, I should move. No, we're starting to get personal violence, they're supposed to come by. It's all real. Yeah. But, yeah. They're gonna have you keep working.
Lenience here is greatly appreciated. A lot of moving parts. To make it one step a little further, but perhaps difficult, this witness will be asked to talk about Navigator exhibits in 47A, which is a replacement counsel. Mr. Moore and his team is going to add to the exhibit list. It's almost identical to their N47, but has a little more information. They've deemed that confidential, and also we're going to be getting into 62, which is an overview that is of plume modeling, which is also confidential. And so with that, I don't know if now's the appropriate time for the, folks that haven't signed the non-disclosure agreement or aren't bound by the commission's rules to have to leave. Sorry to have to do that, but this is the witness that's going to talk about those matters.
Yes, it sounds as if now will be the time, but do you, I heard, but can you move forward with tendering him first for cross-examination and then we'll break for confidential?
Yes. I mean, I will also have to get into the confidential with him, but I suppose I can do that. Yeah, we can get it started. Okay. All right. So we'll start, and then Mr. DeHuick, then we can do the, okay. Very good. Thank you. All right. Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, will you please state your name for the record?
Certainly. My name is Dr.
And first, we'll just turn the little round button there.
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Dr. John Abraham. Abraham just like Lincoln.
All right. You said that probably a few times in your life. Tell us briefly, sir, what do you do professionally?
I want to first start out by apologizing for any inconvenience and thanking the commission for their flexibility in allowing me to testify. I greatly appreciate it. I am a professor at the University of St. Thomas, which is the largest private university in Minnesota. It is in St. Paul. My area of expertise is what's called thermal fluid sciences. That's a fancy word for saying things that flow, including air, gases, liquids, etc.
And in addition to being a professor there, have you authored research papers and spoken extensively on that topic and the topic we're going to discuss here today?
Yes. In my career so far, I've produced about 450 scientific presentations and journal publications, book chapters, and patents, and I've consulted for approximately 60 companies on these fields.
And in terms of the companies you consulted for, here you're testifying on behalf of concerned landowners, but just talk briefly about your experience working with industry in your past.
I work with a wide variety of industry, everything from the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter of Lockheed Martin to 3M to Medtronic, so a wide variety of industry consultantships.
And sir, you previously prepared what's called an initial pre-file testimony in this matter. Do you recall doing that?
I do.
And I believe you have a copy with you, but it's landowner exhibit 9-0, and attached to that was as exhibit A, I believe, was attachment 1 is your CV, your resume.
That's correct.
And is that resume true and accurate and updated to the best of your ability and accurate as we sit here today?
Yes, it is.
And that obviously goes through your experience and honors and awards and publications related to the subject matter at hand?
Correct.
Is there anything particular, without going into exhaustive detail, is there anything particularly interesting perhaps for this commission that, in your view, allows you to be presented as an expert in the area of plume modeling, dispersion modeling, and thermodynamics?
Yeah, that is my specialty. So I calculate the trajectory of air and other components in air to find out where those components go. It's my specialty. I have published numerous papers, written numerous book chapters, and I'm the editor of 2 of the leading journals in the world on this very topic.
And in preparation for your testimony, your pre-file testimony to be here today, have you previously been provided a copy of a document that's known as Navigator Heartland Greenway System Plume Modeling and Buffer Overview?
Yes.
All right, and for the record, that's known as N62. And then have you also reviewed the fence of failure report of the Denbury incident as LO 111A.
Yes.
And then also, sir, have you had the opportunity to review what is known collectively as N47 and N47A, which is the Navigator carbon dioxide air dispersion guidance document?
I have.
The testimony that you provided today and filed in this matter, if I were to walk through every question and allow you to answer the questions that have been previously posed to you, would you answer the questions in a similar manner and affirm the answers you've previously given?
I would.
Are all the opinions you have given previously in writing to this commission and any opinions you will share with us today provided to a reasonable degree of your professional certainty and based upon your education, experience, background, and training?
Yes.
With that, I would offer LO90.
No objection to 90.
I would offer also N47 and N47A.
No objections.
And lastly, I would offer N62.
I think N62 is already in.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moore. If it isn't, I reoffer it, but it sounds like there'd be no objection anyway.
Hearing no objections, those items are admitted.
With that, I tender Dr. Abraham for cross.
So just a clarification, you've not offered Dr. Abraham's cerebral testimony.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I offer Dr. Abraham's rebuttal, which is LO91.
No objection to L91.
Also admitted.
I assume that Dr. Abraham was not coming back.
Yes, I do. I do appreciate that, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we need to now move to confidential?
That's up to Mr. Moore, but it probably makes, I don't know, I won't speak for him.
Well, I don't know what answers the witness is going to give. I can do most of my cross, I think, without requiring him to talk about confidential information, but there is one area where I think if he's reviewed 47A, I want to ask him about that. So it's up to you whether you want to do it now.
It would be if you can work it into your case strategy to postpone that as long as possible. I know the commission would like the public to participate as much as possible and to do as limited confidential as possible. So Mr. Moore, proceed with your public version.
Just wait 1 minute. I'm okay with confidential, it's just the timing. I don't mean limited confidential, for me anyway, but just the timing, if you could do it near the end or what, however that works. I don't mind being in confidential session when we need to, because he needs to talk in that area.
Well, if it's easier to just do it now and you don't object to that, we should probably just do it now.
So if a lot of your questions and answers are going to be in confidential, I'm okay with that. Is if we can ask some of the questions publicly, that would be fine.
That's fine. I'll proceed, Commissioner. Good morning, Dr. Abraham. My name is James Moore. I'm here on behalf of Navigator Heartland Greenway. You've submitted 2 pieces of pre-filed testimony, and as I understand it, your opinion is that CFD modeling should be used as part of the process of routing a pipeline like the proposed Heartland Greenway system. Is that correct?
That's partially correct, but my opinion is a little bit broader than that, and I very much appreciate that question. My opinion is that CFD, which stands for Computational Fluid Dynamics, is a more accurate way to determine where a plume would travel after a rupture of a pipeline. So my general opinion is CFD modeling is more accurate and more appropriate.
And when you say more accurate, you mean more accurate than other kinds of plume modeling, including the use of FAST, P-H-A-S-T, which is what Navigator did in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
According to your testimony, the use of CFD modeling is also more expensive and time-consuming, correct?
Could you direct my attention to where I wrote that in my testimony?
Looking at your, yes, it's Sir rebuttal testimony, page 4, lines 12 to 14. You said, while it would be theoretically possible to conduct high-resolution modeling at each milepost along the pipeline route, such modeling would be time-consuming, expensive, and unnecessarily precise.
That, what you've read is not from my Sir rebuttal document. I'm looking at it right now. I'm on page 4. I think you were in the area of lines 4, 5, 6, or so forth. I do not see those words. So maybe you could clarify. I might have gotten the line number wrong.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What I read lines 12 through 14 on page 4 of your Sir rebuttal, sir.
Okay, thank you for directing my attention to those lines. Yes, I did write that. It would be theoretically possible to model at every milepost along a pipeline. I don't think that's necessary, but you could do it at every milepost.
And it would be time-consuming and expensive and, as you say, unnecessary, correct?
I do believe it would be unnecessary to do CFD modeling at every milepost.
Could you look at page 9 of your direct testimony, please? There's an indented quotation on that page from Liu. Do you see that?
The copy that I have doesn't have page numbers.
Yeah, neither does mine. I numbered them. So can you count to page 9, please?
I do see it. Thank you.
And you see the indented paragraph. Can you look in the middle of that to the sentence that starts the main drawback?
Yes, I'm there.
And it says the main drawback of CFD models is that they are often difficult and time-consuming to set up and run. Do you agree with that?
They can be difficult to set up and run. That's not always the case.
Well, the sentence says, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't done with my answer, and I apologize. In some instances, it does take time to set up what's called a CFD model, and then once it's set up, it's relatively straightforward to use, but the initial process, in some instances, can be time-consuming.
And the sentence says they are often difficult and time-consuming. You agree with that?
In my experience of 450 studies, I would say they are not often difficult and time-consuming.
So you disagree with the statement included in the paragraph you put in your report?
I disagree with the statement from Lou that they are often time-consuming and difficult. My point is they can be, sometimes they can be, but they are far more accurate, and in many cases they are not time-consuming.
The next sentence says, furthermore, detailed meteorological measurements and topographic data, which are essential inputs to the CFD model, are often unavailable. Do you agree with that sentence?
I disagree because I actually work with NOAA, and that kind of information is now routinely available. But I'll just make a point. When we're talking about meteorological data, that's wind speed. And that kind of information is now routinely available. Now, with respect to topographical data, that's the lay of the land. Are there hills? Are there valleys? And so forth. The FAST model that I am comparing CFD to cannot handle those situations. The FAST model will only work on flat terrain. So it is true that if you want to do a CFD model to show where a plume would go in a hilly region, you have to get the topology of the hills. And I agree with that. And in fact, what my answer is reinforced by the next sentence in that quotation that starts with Gaussian. And
I was going to ask you about that, if I may. Gaussian and similarity profile models are unable to model the flow over obstacles or across complex terrains. And that's one of your criticisms of the type of modeling that Navigator did, correct?
Correct.
And the last sentence is, however, their main advantage is that they are relatively easy to use and provide quick estimates of dispersion. Do you agree with that?
I do.
The testimony that you have provided does not include any estimate of the cost that would be involved in doing the sort of CFD modeling for this particular project that you have proposed. Is that accurate?
I did not provide that information in my direct testimony, but I'd be happy to provide that right now.
So tell me what you think it would cost to do CFD modeling necessary for this project.
If depending on how the length of the section of the pipe that we wanted to model and how many models that we would do, in the CFD approach, you'd pick a worst case scenario. So if a pipeline traveled very close to a city or a populated area, you'd want to model that section, but you wouldn't necessarily you wouldn't want to model sections that are in very remote areas without people. I would say the equipment required would be a high-performance desktop computer. I have one of those in my office, and I imagine many of us do. I think you asked about the cost. Was that the other part?
Yes.
The cost would not be, I'll tell you what, I would agree to do a calculation for free of charge for Navigator, because I'm confident that the time commitment would not be that onerous.
So you don't have a cost estimate as you sit here today? If Navigator were to do the work, you don't know what it would cost?
If Navigator wanted to do simulations of dispersion or eruption near a city, I would estimate that the cost would be in the low couple $1,000s.
On page 2 of your supplemental testimony, your cerebral testimony, excuse me, looking at lines 16 through 18. Do you have that?
I do, thank you.
Make a reference to testimony from John Godfrey and quote from him stating that there are, quote, multiple methods, models, and computer programs available for its application, referring to CFD. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses, end quote. And then you say, well, let me just start with this. You agree that it is true that a number of computer models exist that have strengths and weaknesses, correct?
I agree with that statement.
And in your testimony, you have not recommended a particular model to use for CFD analysis. Is that true?
I didn't state one in my testimony because many of them are available and ubiquitous. The one I prefer to use is called ANSYS, ANSYS, and that software has been shown to be superior to fast modeling. That's the one I would use, but there are others.
And some of the models are better than others, correct?
That's true.
And does it require discretion and judgment about which model to choose?
Yes, it does.
And does it require discretion and judgment about where to model along the right-of-way?
It would.
And does it require discretion and judgment to select inputs for the location where you're modeling?
It does require discretion and judgment, but it's not very complicated to anticipate where worst case scenarios would be, for example, for ruptures.
Dr. Abraham, your testimony contains a quotation that says poor modeling assumptions generally result in poor modeling results. Do you agree with that?
I do.
So the inputs are important.
I agree.
And that's true if you're using FAST, and it's true if you're using CFD modeling.
Yes, that's true for both, but as I mentioned earlier, the difference between CFD compared to FAST is it can handle a wide variety of situations. It is more accurate, it's been shown to be more accurate, and it can be done at reasonable cost and expenditure. So if you want to provide the best information to people near a pipeline, with respect to their safety after a rupture, CFD is hands down the choice that people in my profession would use.
Regardless of what type of modeling you use, if it's garbage in, it's garbage out, correct?
I agree with that.
Would you look at page 3 of your server level testimony, please?
I'm there.
At the top of page 3, the end of line 1, you say, first responders and citizens who would live and or work near a proposed carbon dioxide pipeline do not need a perfect CFD model. They need a model that will generate a reasonable estimate of the maximum extent of the danger zone for their planning purposes. You agree with that statement, correct?
Yes, I do.
Would you look at page 4? Starting on line 14, first responders, citizens, and the commission need a reasonable estimate of worst-case plume dispersion. You see that?
I do.
And you further say the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. Correct?
Correct.
It's 18 through 20. The CFD modeling needed by citizens, first responders, and the commission need not be highly accurate, because what is needed is a reasonable estimate of the worst-case hazard zone. You see that?
I agree. I do see that, and I agree with that statement.
Are you familiar with ALOHA as a model?
I am.
What does ALOHA stand for?
I don't recall what the acronym is, but it's a simplified calculation method that is very similar to the FAST approach. It also does not handle complicated wind situations or complicated topographical situations. So it is similar to FAST.
Do you know who produces ALOHA as a model?
I believe it's NOAA, and I would believe it was developed around 1980 on an Apple II computer.
If it's produced by the Environmental Protection Agency, would you disagree with that?
I would not.
And do you know if it's used by first responders?
It may be.
You don't know?
I do not know who uses, I don't know the full extent of people who use ALOHA.
Do you know if it's publicly available?
I believe it is.
Do you know if it's free?
I believe it is.
Do you know if it's fast?
Your statement confuses me.
I'm FAST, not PHAST.
Maybe you could help quantify. I mean, could you rephrase your question to clarify it?
If it's used by first responders in the field, is that a fast way to do modeling that would be helpful to them?
Both ALOHA and the FAST, PHAST, may be used by first responders. It is faster, FASTER, to use than CFD, but the problem is it's less accurate, and in fact it often underpredicts how far a plume would go. So if something's very fast but not useful, I do question its utility.
Would you look at the bottom of page 6 of your certified testimony, please?
I'm there.
Line 22. The hazard area for most of the route through South Dakota could be assessed based on a representative flat land scenario. Do you see that?
I do.
So one of your criticisms of FAST is that it only works on flat terrain, correct?
Yes, that's right. Flat terrain also without obstructions. But yeah, that's correct.
But your recommendation here is that the modeling that you prefer be done on a representative flatland scenario.
No, I think you misread or you misinterpreted the statement. What I say here is most of the route through South Dakota has a representative flatland scenario. There are some areas that may not be flat, but I want to make the point that not only does FAST and Aloha not work on hilly areas, but even on flat areas, they've been shown to underpredict the area that can be affected by a rupture, by a plume.
So I just want to understand what you're recommending through your testimony. When you say the hazard area for most of the route through South Dakota could be assessed based on a representative flatland scenario, are you recommending that that's what Navigator should have done using CFD?
I am recommending that Navigator should use CFD instead of the very simplified and inaccurate method of FAST and Aloha. Doing so is reasonable, would provide better information to people near a potential rupture, and it would improve people's safety.
We already agreed it was important to know where you're doing the model, correct?
I agree.
All right, and so you have said in the testimony we just quoted that Navigator could use a representative flatland scenario, correct?
Yes, that's right. What I said was stated. For much of the route through South Dakota, it could be assessed with a representative flatland scenario. And even in a flatland scenario, computational fluid dynamics is still much better than FAST, PHAST, and Aloha.
Could you look at page 9 of your testimony, please, on lines 10 and 11? Again, your Sir rebuttal testimony.
You said, could you remind me of the page?
Page 9.
Thank you.
Starting at the end of line 10.
And there.
A representative flatland model would adequately apply to most voluntary route changes. Do you see that?
I do.
And page 10. Starting on line 8. While CFD modeling would likely require more time and money, appropriate levels of precision and the use of representative locations. Do you see that?
I do.
I don't understand from your testimony, sir, whether you're suggesting that you can use a representative flatland scenario to do this modeling, or whether it requires modeling multiple locations. Can you explain that for me, please?
Yes, I can, and thank you so much for the question. That will allow me to clarify. One major concern about the PHAST and Aloha models is they cannot handle a number of things. One of the things they can't handle is hilly terrain. So in those cases, you definitely would not want to use those. They also cannot handle complicated wind situations. And even in a perfect environment on flat land with very little wind, they have been shown to be incorrect. So my opinion is simply this. We have a tool available to us. It's ubiquitous, it's routinely used, and it's not that expensive. If we have such a tool available to us that can provide better information to people near a rupture, why wouldn't we use it?
So
that's my opinion.
So is your testimony that one representative flatland location is sufficient for most of the route, or that Navigator has the model everywhere the topography is different than a flatland scenario?
No, I'm not recommending either of those. You clearly would not need to calculate where a plume would go if there's no city nearby, if there's no people nearby. I mean, that would be a waste of resources. You want to model situations and occurrences that may lead to harm caused to people. You don't need to model every inch of a pipeline. You need to use your judgment and model situations that may cause harm to people.
If you use just a representative flatland model, you miss areas with different topography and how a plume may be affected by the topography, correct?
I think there might be a little bit of confusion, so I want to clarify it. CFD can be used on flatland. CFD can be used on hilly land. FAST and Aloha can only be used on flatland, and even then, it's not accurate. So my recommendation is to use CFD. So I don't want there to be the misconception that a calculation of a rupture on flat topography should be done with FAST. It shouldn't be. It should be done with CFD.
I simply want to understand your testimony, Dr. Abraham, about where you recommend that CFD modeling be done on the pipeline. Your testimony contains references to a flatland scenario and says that should be sufficient for most of the route. Is that your testimony?
You do not need to use CFD everywhere. If you would use it in areas where there is a close proximity of a pipeline to a populated area. And if that region is flat, then you would use a flat topology in a CFD model. And if that location was hilly, you would use a hilly topology in a CFD model. But in neither case would you use a FAST model because it has been shown to be incorrect.
I understand your opinion on that. Have you studied the route?
I do not know the details of the route.
Are you familiar with the topography of the route?
I am not, but that information is easily available.
Do you know whether all the locations of the route are consistent with your representative flatland scenario?
I do not believe that all locations are consistent with a flatland scenario, but whether they are or not, CFD is still a more accurate way to do the calculations.
And as you sit here today, you don't have any specific recommendation to the commission about where CFD modeling should be done along Navigator's route?
No, I disagree, and maybe I was not articulate. If you would want to do, these calculations show where a poison plume goes or where plumes from a rupture go. You wouldn't do those calculations far from a populated area. You'd pick maybe the closest locations to cities or to populated areas. You don't need to calculate everywhere. You pick worst case scenarios, and that would be sufficient to properly inform people of the potential risk that they have using this reasonable and ubiquitous tool that has been tried and tested over the years.
Dr. Abraham, do you have any pipeline experience?
Yeah, I've done research on what are called heat tracers. I've never welded a pipeline, I haven't built a pipeline, but I definitely have experience with pipelines.
Have you done CFD modeling for anyone building a pipeline?
I have not done, I don't recall if I've done CFD modeling for flow inside a pipe. I don't recall.
Have you, presumably if you had, you'd remember that before, as part of your testimony before the commission today.
Well, whether someone has done CFD, you can do modeling of the flow inside a pipe or of the airflow and the dispersion outside a pipe after a rupture. So those are two different things.
Have you done either?
I don't recall doing any CFD modeling of flow inside or outside of a pipe.
Have you ever designed a pipeline?
I conceptually designed a pipeline, yes. Built a pipeline, no.
Have you ever routed a pipeline?
I have not.
Have you ever operated a pipeline?
No, I have not.
You have some testimony about the Denbury incident in Satarsha. And you say, and I'll just quote here, that the failure of the FAST model to predict that Satarsha was sorry, I'm going to find this in my notes. This is on page 12, line 5 of your Survey testimony, if you want to follow along. The failure of the FAST model to predict that Satarsha was at risk appears to be the primary reason that local first responders and its citizens were unaware that a CO2 pipeline was even in the county. You see that?
I do.
And what is the factual basis for that statement?
If I recall correctly, there was a PHMSA consent agreement that stated that the FAST calculations and the analysis were wrong and under-predicted the extent of the impact of that rupture.
So you've relied on publicly available information for that statement?
I do not recall if it was publicly available or confidential.
Have you reviewed the modeling that Denbury did?
Yes, I have.
Have you reviewed the inputs that were used as part of that model?
I must have. I don't recall the inputs sitting here now.
And is that discussed anywhere in your pre-filed testimony?
No.
You say in the next sentence, if Denbury had used CFD modeling and it predicted that Satarsha could be affected by a rupture. And I just want to stop right there. That's a conditional statement. Is it not?
It is.
So you don't know if Denbury had used CFD modeling that it would have predicted that Satarsha could be affected by eruption.
Well, since I don't believe they did do CFD, I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
Sure. You have a conditional statement there that says to me, you don't know that if Denbury had used CFD modeling, that the modeling would have predicted that Satarsha could be affected by eruption.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's because as a scientist, you never talk with 100% certainty.
And that's, in this case, part of the reason you don't know that is because you don't know which CFD model might have been used. There are different ones, correct?
When you say this case, what is this case?
I'm talking about Satarsha, which is the subject that we were discussing here. Sorry, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, and with that clarification, thank you for that. Could you re-ask that question?
Sure. Part of the reason that you can't be certain that a CFD model would have predicted that Satarsha could be affected by a rupture is because you don't know which Satarsha model would have been used.
No, that's actually not the reason. The reason is there would be hubris for me to predict with absolute certainty what the results would show. I mean, that's not science. I can presume and I can estimate what the results would show, but until the analysis is done, I don't have a crystal ball, and a scientist will never talk with absolute certainty.
You agree with me that that different CFD models have different strengths and weaknesses. We already went through that, correct?
That is correct.
And you agree with me that the inputs that are used in any modeling, whether it's CFD or anything else, are important to the outcome of the model.
I agree.
Garbage in, garbage out.
I agree.
And so there is no way for you to know that if CFD modeling had been done, what it would have predicted without knowing what models, where it was done, and what the inputs were, correct?
There's no way to know the future, but I already mentioned one of the preferred models, which is called ANSYS, and it has been shown in the past to be more accurate than FAST and ALOHA. And if the past is any predictor of the future, then I can be not 100% certain, but I can be confident that the information related to that rupture would have more accurately captured the risk posed to people near that rupture location.
To know whether CFD modeling would have predicted that Satarsha could be within the risk of a rupture at that location, you would need to know what CFD model was used, you would need to know where the modeling was done, and you would need to know what inputs were used as part of the modeling process, correct?
Yeah, that's true, but there are answers to all of those questions. I mean, if you
But
were.
you don't, excuse me, sir, you don't know the answers to any of those questions, do you? It's a hypothetical.
Well, if the question is, would CFD modeling have provided useful information after the Satarsha rupture? And what CFD model would be used? I would tell you exactly. ANSYS would be used. It's already been shown multiple times to be more accurate. I would know the inputs because we can get the meteorological data. The topographical information is available. So, and there's a track record of CFD being better. And there's a track record of FAST and Aloha failing. So if you've got a tool that works, and it works with reasonable expenditure, and it improves safety and can save lives, why not use it?
Dr. Abraham, on page 12, you talk a little bit more about Denbury not having conducted any training with local first responders and not providing any equipment recommendations to local first responders. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware of what federal regulation requires for public awareness plans in this sort of situation?
No, I'm not, and that's not an area of my expertise.
All right, and are you aware that under federal regulation, public awareness plans have to comply with APR RP 1162? Do you know what that standard is?
No, that's not my area of expertise.
You have no familiarity with that?
As I said, that's not my area of expertise, and I'm not offering any expert opinions on that matter.
You previously testified you have no experience routing a pipeline, correct?
That is correct.
You've testified that through your pre-filed testimony, and I quote this, buffers should not be aspirational. They should be grounded in science and established to best protect both existing and future inhabitants and land use, end quote. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that Navigator's routing buffers are not grounded in science?
To the extent that Navigator relies on an undisclosed simplified plume model such as FAST or Aloha, it's my testimony that that is a much less accurate way to determine the risk of people around the pipeline. There are reasonable and more accurate tools that they can use. And so, look, as a scientist, I want to provide the most accurate information to people that could be harmed. And we have a tool that can do it. And my opinion is we should be using the best tools.
And my question was, is it your testimony that Navigator's routing buffers are not grounded in science?
That is my testimony.
So you think that a company like DNV using FAST modeling is not engaged in science?
If you're using a tool that has been shown not to work, and there are other available tools that work better, it's either bad science or it's not science.
Do you know what factors a pipeline company must consider in routing a pipeline?
My area of expertise is not routing, and so I'm not aware of all of the factors.
And are you familiar with the regulations that apply in routing a pipeline?
That is not my area of expertise.
I'd like to ask Dr. Abraham about Exhibit 47A. So I think it'd be appropriate to go into confidential session.
Yes, so with that, we have a large inconvenience for public audience. We have to exit the building or in the purple room. We do have a protective order, and those under the protective order are able to stay.
Mr. Hewitt,